Ani, bonjour, good morning, bon dia, guten Tag, buenos dias. My name is Anna Manuel Byrne, and I am delighted to welcome you to the Exploring International Pandemic Responses Through a Social Science Lens conference, focusing on decolonial paradigms and solidarity networks. In these troubled times of escalating repression, brutal war, occupation, genocide in Palestine, South Sudan conflict, Ukraine, and now the horrors in Lebanon and well beyond, we are here in spirit, research, and practice to express solidarity with a whole range of struggles and maintain a modicum of hope. The struggles are anti-capitalist, pro-human rights and dignity of all peoples, anti-racist, anti-homo and transphobic, anti-patriarchal, anti-militarist, anti-imperialist, and above all, pro-health justice, which by definition is social justice. Takaranto, or Toronto, has been a human gathering site for over 15,000 years. This sacred land is territory of the Huron-Wendat and Petun First Nations, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, Seneca, and Mississaugas of the Credit River. The territory was the subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, a coming together of Iroquois and Ojibwe confederacies and other allied nations to peaceably share and care for resources around the Great Lakes, an approach and worldview needed now more than ever. As settlers, newcomers, refugees, visitors, and Indigenous peoples in Toronto, we have all been invited into this covenant in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. Yet as we gather, Indigenous nations continue to experience ongoing colonization, extractive violence, and displacement, which I hope many of us reflected on Monday for Orange Shirt Day, and where land acknowledgements are often offered instead of land itself. The University of Toronto itself is complicit in Indigenous dispossession and is what is known as a land grab university. We also remember those who came here involuntarily, particularly those forcibly brought through the transatlantic slave trade and heinous practice of slavery. This city and country were built on stolen land and stolen labor of Black, Indigenous, Asian, and other racialized peoples and other migrants. From the Transcontinental Railroad to farming and food production, what is now Canada has heavily relied on the talent, skill, and hard work of racialized people. In exchange, many are denied residency and experience ongoing racism, issues we will be discussing over these 2 days. And since we are reliant on electronics and cyber platforms, we must also recognize and work to change the reality of thousands of child minors in the Democratic Republic of Congo, who are compelled to extract the cobalt and other minerals omnipresent in our devices. Our obligation to redress the system underlying this exploitation extends to every link in the commodity chain, including manufacture, transport, and disposal. To truly act in solidarity with Indigenous peoples across the world who are especially harmed by the environmental, health damages, and dispossession wrought by the extractive world order, again, acknowledgement is only a starting point of a long uphill struggle for transformative change. Transformative change is the motivation and rationale for this 2-day gathering and underpinning our project as a whole. Although community-level responses to COVID-19 are widely cited as a hallmark of how people in different contexts have navigated the challenges of the pandemic, offensively celebrated as quote-unquote human resilience, the role of local mobilization around collectively surviving, scrambling, and securing public resources are barely understood. Our transatlantic platform project, Social Mobilization as Policymaking Lever, a transatlantic COVID-19 dialogue on community action and decentralized governance, or SMAPL, and you'll see that little abbreviation all over the place, not the drink, the apple drink, but rather our twist on it, as it were, explores the pressures and interplay of the local organizing and resistance with policymaking in Brazil, Canada, both Ontario and Quebec, Germany, and Peru. SMAPL brings together an amazing set of colleagues, some former doctoral advisees, and others who I also admire from places as distinct as Sao Paulo, Gießen, North York, and spanning anthropology, sociology, geography, history, law, public health, and much more, to bring a critical eye on pandemic times. And you will be introduced to all of them. You'll hear from all of them over the course of these next 2 days. Building on and bringing our research into conversation with one another and all of you, this conference explores how decolonial and community activism informed social science research can elucidate civil society, community level agency and policy responses to the pandemic. As my esteemed colleague Denise Castaldo will share in a moment, the project and conference underscore theoretically and methodologically decolonial approaches that explicitly commit to a set of shared values and principles, emphasizing, among other aspects, non-extractive research, co-production of knowledge, and community-led social justice transformation. But this event also has a special dimension. Jeannie Samuel, my former trainee, who will be with us a little bit later after she teaches her courses, had the brilliant idea of establishing a trainee network as part of this research project. In part, this was an effort to bring what we might call the pandemic generation together, form their own networks across times that have been so difficult to meet, greet, form collaborations with others. And so we started virtually, but now have a very vibrant in-person, this is our second in-person meeting over the last couple of years. So this event's co-creation by some 20 trainees and emerging scholars, graduate students, and postdocs at every stage had the idea for the conference, helped envision its approach and themes, crafted particular sessions, asked me to convene local scholars and activists to present, participate, and comment, and are involved in knowledge mobilization activities. This is all particularly germane, given that today is an anniversary of the Tlatelolco massacre in what is now Mexico City. This student uprising against the US-backed Mexican government involved violent oppression against political and social opposition. And on October 2nd, in the Plaza de Tres Culturas, or Tlatelolco, a military massacre likely killed hundreds of unarmed protesters, although the archival material has yet to be fully excavated. So this really gives meaning to current struggles and recognizes the commitment and sacrifice of previous generations, as well as inspiring our current trainees who have really pushed us, and we're working for and really with them to reflect on our project around solidarity, dialogue, ongoing mutual learning, South-North learning, intergenerational learning, much of it going from youth to younger folks to faculty, as it should be. And you'll see through the course of the day some whispering going on. This is not private conversations, but our project really emphasizes our multilingual provenance. And so we meet in Portuguese, Spanish, French, English, sometimes German if we can get our act together. And so what we have here, although this is an English-speaking audience, we have volunteer translators, note takers among our trainees and others. So please bear with us. One more notice just before we get to the thanks here. Or two more, I should say. We also have a debate over linguistics across cultures. And here we really have a situation whereby a term like scholar activist in North America might mean one thing, activist in Brazil might mean an outside agitator. And so we have really learned together to use alternate terms and try and translate our ideas into things like engaged volunteer, organizer, or an employed activist, or folks committed to social change. And we're also trying in these days to correct the ways that we've all been mis-socialized. So for example, no longer using the term stakeholder because of its colonial connotations. In the dialogic dimension that we'll hear about very, very briefly of this conference, we don't have discussants, but animateurs, animatrices, animators. And the idea here is not to hear our experts give long opinions about what they've heard from fabulous presenters, but rather have them stimulate our discussion. So here we have a chance really for an engaged dialogue, just as our own research project is propagating. So just before I turn things over to Denise Castaldo, what I would like to do is thank the many, many co-sponsors, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada. We have representatives here today from the Institute for Pandemics, Center for Global Health, Latin American Studies, Global Development Studies, and later others will join us. So I just want to thank you again for your support. There's so many folks to thank, from the food preparers and harvesters to those who have helped set up and serve what we're eating and enjoying today. But I do want to point out two of our trainees who have gone above and beyond, and that's Krija Pelago in the back, who has been my left-hand, well, right-hand person, organizing it all, as well as Camila Baez. Where's Camila? Who is our amazing videographer, designer, and website guru. So without further ado, Denise Castaldo, I invite you up.
Thank you, Ana Manuel. As some of you already know, we have been concerned in producing knowledge from a decolonizing perspective, and we have chosen, among other reference, to work with the work of Paulo Freire, a perspective of decolonization from the global south. Let me see if I can move. Yes, this is working. And as a group, well, Pamela will present in greater detail how we are adopting this dialogical perspective in the research project in our own experience of knowledge production. But just a few notes for those of you who are coming from the outside and haven't been in contact with Freire's ideas before. Freire is mainly known as a philosopher and educator, and his focus was in decolonizing education. And then in the last 30, 40 years, people have been using his work to decolonize knowledge production. So there has been a move from Freire to many other authors who are now using Freirean dialogical principles to inform knowledge production. There are different moments in Freire's work, but just for those of you who don't know about him, Freire's biography is very interesting because he experienced Portuguese colonialism in Brazil, American imperialism, followed by a military dictatorship that leads him into exile and work in other colonial settings in Africa and in Asia, not only in Latin America. And then he comes back and participates in the redemocratization of Brazil. So it's a very rich biography. And of course, by reflecting on those experiences, he has written over 20 books. And here are just a few key ideas that have been used from Freire on decolonization of knowledge. So Freire said that we need to denounce the process of dehumanization of the oppressed. And of course, I didn't say, but it's kind of known by everybody, that Pedagogy of the Oppressed is Freire's most known book. And the idea of dehumanization here is material, is social, is psychological. Freire was particularly interested in the colonization of the mind of those in subordinate places in society, and also denouncing the superiority, the assumed superiority, of Eurocentric views in knowledge production, and including white supremacy in this package of Eurocentrism. There was also in his work the acknowledgement of the need to understand all educational institutions as colonized institutions, and therefore we all as researchers are struggling to locate, as Anne just said, ourselves within corporate capitalist institutions for knowledge production through a productivist perspective, but also creating these spaces alternatives for a different kind of knowledge production that's dialogical, that is committed towards health and social equity. And Freire also problematized the use of language, and we too, as Ana already explained, and Emmanuel has explained, we have been problematizing our own use of language, but also thinking about how do we speak our colonizers' languages and produce decolonial knowledge. So those are all our dilemmas. And finally, critically engaging with our own internalized oppressive practices, because Freire some people do a kind of shallow reading of Freire and see only oppressed and oppressors, while in reality his work is dialectic and shows the oppressor and the oppressed completely intertwined, and all of us have to see how we have been colonized and come to naturalize oppressive practice, and then we have to be engaging in this critical reflexive exercise as knowledge producers and researchers. So in the final phase of Freire's work, he really moves into a very overt critique of the hegemonic neoliberal globalization process. And this is unfortunately when he dies by 97. And it's our job now to continue, doing this work. And I think this project is doing that quite well with all the critiques we have put forward. So welcome for those who are new to the project. And now we are going to have our main speakers.
Our first speaker is Dr. Ruth Igines Romero, who is Associate Professor of Health Policy at the School of Public Health and Administration at Cayetano Heredia University in Lima, Peru. She was trained in anthropology and public policy at the New School University. A little secret, she was actually my very first doctoral student, so I'm incredibly proud to have her here. I have a more recent one as well, and some online. Her interdisciplinary work analyzes health systems, policies, and practices as evidence of the intersection of social, intercultural, and political drivers with public health, gender, and human rights lenses. She's been a researcher at the University of Deusto Bilbao, a Marie Curie Fellow of the EU, and responsible for head of research at the National School of Public Health at the Ministry of Health in Lima. Also as a global visiting fellow at the International Development Department at King's College London. And currently she's head of the Academic Department of Public Health Administration and Social Science, and she is our PI for the Peru part of this larger SMAPL project. So, well.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you, Emmanuel, for the introduction and everybody who helped us be here. I want to present experiences of some reflections on our work in Peru, trying to understand how to put in practice some of Freire's challenges into the field and into doing research. This is our team. Some members are here and others couldn't make it, but are still following us in Lima. Our project focus on understanding how community responded to the pandemic in the Amazonian region in Peru, particularly working with a community of Aguajón people. Just to point out, Peru, the Amazonian, the part on red is a small area in which we worked mostly with these communities that spread the territory through 3 of the departments. This community has, as you imagine, a long history of experience of colonization, even prior to the European colonization in the region. And because of the geography of the country, they also are very much isolated and hard to reach in terms of mountains, rivers, and the location they are. However, the richness of their territory has also been a very important target for extractions all over their history. There's a lot of inequalities that come from that isolation, from that resources that put them in a vulnerable position. However, they were in that region, also in the old Amazon, which is the green, most of the green part of the country. We've got many responses, or most of the famous responses against the pandemic, right? So those were the places where the responses emerged during the pandemic, especially when the Western medicine at the beginning didn't know exactly what to do, and when the health services didn't have the resources to cover any of the minimal needs. The Awahun community in particular is one of the largest indigenous people. We have more than 55 different indigenous communities there. So what we could do different trying to approach to this dialogic methodology and decolonial approach, which wasn't easy. First, we try to involve the community from the beginning. We work with community leaders and with health workers in the local health centers to explore what they had to face during that time, how did they cope with the situation, and how did they make relationship within them. There's always conflict that it's not easily resolved between the health system that is imposing some practices and the communities, right? So, but they finally found some ways of interacting, positive or negative. It changes constantly. So we approach them. We focus on this community, also trying to incorporate people or identify people that we already knew, that we already have a bond, so we can communicate more horizontally, and to try to involve people in the actual research. And we have the luck to have a student in our university from one of those communities, from one of the Awahun communities, and invited her to join the project from the beginning and try to be with us the whole process. So it's been also a challenging experience of both learning and training together, but I think it's going to be an interesting end at the end. And then the other way that we work with the dialogic approach and was to go to the community with the general main idea of the project that we were developing together as an international team, but presenting them to the elders, to the organizers, the indigenous organization leaders, and say, okay, this is what we might want to do. What would you want to learn or research about, know more about your own experience or the context? And we gather from that and redefine the objectives of the project in some way, right? So some of the things that they pointed out was about the role of their indigenous health professionals already trained in health, what role they had in the pandemic and interacting between the health system and the community knowledge, and how did that play a role? Sometimes they felt they were traicionando, not fulfilling the community beliefs because they already are trained and colonized by the health system, but at sometimes they see them as a positive way because now they have some ally in the other side. So it was a conflicting role also that these people had. And they also want to know and to let the world know and ask our help on that about their medicine, the local medicine, the plants they used that finally helped them in some way or another get through the pandemic. So we incorporated those aspects also in the field. We developed this. The project was longer, and this was, I'm telling you about exploratory visit when we discussed all these issues. Then we went for 2 months, almost 2 months period of field work and stay there in the community and have a stronger relationship, meet with the different people in different contexts. And then we went back just this year to have meetings with them again and share what we had found and what interpretations we did about what we found, and exchange with them if we were understanding it right and what else could we be missing in that lecture that we did from the data and experiences. We planned and following visits next year, a smaller one, to try to return again, incorporating what we received, what they told us this year in terms of what they might use that information for, and trying to return to them some data, products, outputs that they could also use on their own struggles and conversations with health systems and with other organizations. This is a very brief history of the pandemic. Most of you know and are common. We will develop that in other presentations, but to let you know that in that area, the vaccines and the first aid arrived very much later than in the capital city and the big cities. So there is a feeling of abandonment common in this population, that it's not new for this pandemic, but it happened in other cases as well. And that was, I'm going to go ahead of myself, but that was one element that they find out when we return, that it was shared by the community, the indigenous community, but also by health personnel. So they also felt that they were abandoned by the national ministries, and pointing out at common feelings of fear, abandonment, lack of resources, either from the health center and the communities, create a point, allow them to be in the position of the other and reflect also about, okay, we're complaining about health system all the time, and the health system is complaining about communities not hearing them, but they listen to each other in this opportunity, or we facilitated that they listened, that they were in the same, feeling the same things, right? And hopefully enable more dialogue between them as well. Official responses, I mentioned, they were late. We have this in common. Limited health services, they're very poor, and not even primary care health services complete in those areas. A major concern was the lack of oxygen to provide. One of the main responses was to close access, the quarantines. Peru was the first country to focus on, well, to declare quarantines, and the communities also isolated themselves. That's a strategy that many communities use regularly in the past. So they close roads, that's an example of the highway, and close rivers, and try to protect their own communities with more or less success in different periods. They were very much afraid, or well, one of the main or most common activities from the health system was, or the problems was, that they stopped visiting the communities. So they provided service in the center and stopped the outgoing communities. And then also they had to refer everything to the hospitals because they didn't have. And that created also a problem in terms of access, because people didn't want to go to the health center because they were afraid they will be referred to a hospital farther away from their own community, from their family, and people who went to hospitals never came back, right? So that also was a break. The communities, we found very diverse responses from the communities. We explored 3 communities more in depth, and we found that it depends a lot in the prior organization they had. So we have in one community a health worker that was from the same community, that had received training in health and that was responsible for the health center, and that organized other members of the communities and students that were returning to the community due to the pandemic and the closure to provide care in the whole community. So this become a leader that organized, divide the community, and provided follow-ups and care. We have another community in which it happened, the opposite happened. People isolated in their houses, developed only their own knowledge of plants and care, and didn't want to share with others their knowledge. And we're talking all of them are Aguajón communities, but each of them responded differently. And we also have the third community in which leaders from education, school teachers, or local health promoters organize themselves based on their plans and their knowledge and share them within their families. And it was an exchange, a knowledge exchange. So briefly, what we found, it's like there's different ways of organization within the community, that these organizations emerged during the pandemic. And from what we heard in the follow-up visits, they are not working that much anymore. So they come up, organize, solve the crisis, and then dilute a little bit, right? However, for what we heard, those networks don't disappear completely, because when the pandemic appeared, in some cases, those prior networks emerge again. So that's also a way of rethinking how that we could understand our interests from that, I will say, colonial or academic focus in terms of institutionalization and fortifying networks, and how do we build something that is constant and permanent. And we were thinking, okay, they just build work, resolve the crisis, and then there's no stronger or long-time organization. So we have to also decide and think, how do we approach our theories of social organization or mobilization in some way. Just to finish up, they value a lot the use of recovering their use of medicine plants, their knowledge, and their therapeutic practices. And that was important because that also was a point in common or on dialogue between health systems and communities, because since nobody knew what to do with the pandemic, even health personnel were inclined to try the plants or the medicines that they say, okay, they won't be bad to us, so let's just see what happened. So there open up points in which we could hope for a more horizontal dialogue, and let's see if that could be maintained over time. Thank you very much. I think we'll hear more later.
Our next speaker is Dr. Pamela Liz Nunes Pereira, who received master's and PhD degrees in collective health, saúde coletiva, something we could all learn about here in Canada, from Fiocruz in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, following a social science degree as an undergraduate. During her doctorate, she also spent what is called a sandwich year with Global Urban Studies program at Rutgers University in the US. We actually have a couple of other Brazilian sandwich students this year here in Toronto, so happy to share more about how those programs work. In 2021, she was a postdoc fellow in epidemic ethics, part of Oxford's bioethics group, led by the World Health Organization, where she carried out research on COVID-19 vaccination of Brazilian children. Dr. Pamela is currently a postdoc at the University of Sao Paulo, working with distinguished international human rights and global health scholar, Professor Daisy Ventura, who we'll hear from this evening at the John Evans Lecture at Victoria College. And here she's examining community responses to the COVID-19 pandemic in Jardim Colombo, Sao Paulo. She'll tell you all about it.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I thank you all for your presence, and I hope we have a nice Congress. I'm here to present the main results of our research. We started in 2021, and our first visiting within the SMAPL project in Jardim Colombo was in September 2002. And since there, I started this dialogue process, because I think the SMAPL project, and Emmanuel already introduced it. And in our context inside the project, we were examining this community activism, if it turned into or not a political political support. But the thing is, with Camila, you will know better. Community needed to organize itself to deal with the pandemic harms, and they didn't had we had a very far right and difficult government at pandemic times in Brazil. So people felt so lonely with a lot of misinformation, and people were very afraid, but can count on government support. So even with the ambulances or minimal, the basic health care was very hard on the times. And the community has a strong previously organization. And we count, because now I'm talking about the members who lived this on time, was Camila and Victoria, who really work at distributing food and helping with masks and with the organization of the residents, because we also have a data blank in Brazil, like they kind of destroy our registrations families, that the registration of the families that we have in our systems, and the social assistant and the health system were completely lost. So they need to kind of start from the scratch to help people around them. And our work comes in, started in a time that people were trying to kind of forget the pandemic and everything that happened on that time. And I'm here to talk more about those memories, because now people still have to deal with the pandemic consequences, but without the support that they really need. So in every time that we got together to have a dialogue, to have a conversation, it was like painful memories about people that they lost, or depression that never goes away, or the jobs that you never get back again. And they leave. The main context of our work also is the favela context. I don't know if you're acquainted with this word, but it means peripheral places, but not just that. I brought this for you to have a notion that favelas is a directly consequence of colonial process, because it was territories made by former slaves and maybe mixed people, indigenous descendants. And we have a strong migration from Northeast. All of the women that participate in our project are not from São Paulo, even if the project is there. All the women are from Northeast, and the way of they talk, you can't you don't have this perception, and we couldn't like transmit that in the comics that I will show you, but they are from Northeast, and it makes a huge difference in Brazil, because they come from a part who is not rich as São Paulo is, and don't receive the same attention that São Paulo receives. So they need to migrate to the big city and try a better life. So they end up in favelas, and favelas are also a process of the urbanization without take care of the people who work construction, the building. So people who work in this rich neighborhood, Morumbi, which is localized at our site of study, started to build their own neighborhood inside of this neighborhood to keep working. And they are they work with their usually the wife works in the houses that they inside of the houses of they built, the man built, and the woman works as in domestic work in these places. And in Brazil, many favela residents was contaminated by their bosses in the houses that they were working, and they couldn't stop working. A little few of them stopped working, and who stopped needed to kind of count only with the food distribution that Camila participated. And sometimes people remember that as as lucky that they have food, that they have people from community to help them, but it's kind of a way of look to it without get so sad, I think, because people lost their life, the basis of their life, kind of completely. So I'm talking about what we listen it, but how we listen it, all that. So with the help of our project, try to focus in the community participant as really workers with us. So we opened a process to hire Camila and Victoria to work with us. Both of them lives in Paraisópolis, and it makes a huge difference because we were already inside of the field before we have them. And because of Eric, you see a photo. He's a former student of the Faculty of Public Health, and he helped us to get there. But to really talk with people, to really being like build a bond with the community, it takes time. It just after Camila and Victoria joined us, that we really got it. Like we got into the community, we started to be there more and go to the events and participate in what we can. I tried to participate in every event that I could to try to create a bond. And of course, we have limitations, religion limitations, racial limitations, and class limitation, of course. But I think and after all, we established a beautiful bond with the Jardim Colombo community. And we decided that just the interviews will be like too much of our interpretation. So we decided to make the audiovisual workshops. And my first idea, based on Freire's principles, was people to make their own screenwrite of the videos. But many of the women don't know how to write well, and they prefer to plan this on their minds or WhatsApp audios. Just one of the participants, an old lady, wrote down her screen and presented to us. But it's very important in the Freire's process because it's like thinking about who you are through the process of tell your story, name the word, and everything. So this is very fast. It's the principles, Freire principles. I think Denise introduced Freire yet. I will not be, I'm not extending too much this, but this, I think love, humility, faith, hope, and critical thinking was kind of our guides, our main principles to do this. And I think the love is most important because we need really to care of what happened, like why I'm here. Sometimes very hot. We need to climb streets and go there. Why I'm going there? It's because I think we as researchers need to really love people that we are researching with. And we created this space to talk with people based on these principles and mainly to dialogue, like not just present ourselves as researchers from University of São Paulo, so fancy, okay? But we needed to like listen daily basis problems, and we one of our way of get together was teaching those ladies to operate their cell phone cameras, because it seems simple to us, but today it is a big thing. So they learned how to use the phone, their own telephone functions during this process of build the videos and everything. So this is Eric. He is a former student from Faculty of Public Health, and this is his mother, Hilda. This is me, Camila, and Teresa, who was visiting us in Brazil. Hilda is very important for our research. She presented me everybody and everything. And the first class, we have two classes. And the first class was entire in her home. So she offered her space for us because we couldn't afford a place in Jardim Colombo. And she kind of embraced us and helped a lot. This is Evanildo. He's the president of the Residents Union, and he fights a lot for Jardim Colombo. He's kind of a leader, organic leader from the place, and they are in a process of getting the registration of their houses because favelas are completely illegal, like huge constructions, but it's considered that all that houses, the government tried in the past a lot to remove favelas, like destroy all the houses and kick out the people. But it just formed bigger favelas because people who were kicked out got together again and built a favela and bigger and bigger and bigger. Nowadays, it's impossible to remove favelas from Brazil. And this is what is us in our last meeting to present Teresa to the community too. And this is the ladies who participate with us. This is how we organized. It was 5 meetings each. And we tried to bring those points very quickly to women. But in practice, we were doing things in the telephone and dialoguing, like we were not teachers in this audiovisual workshops. And regarding Camila and Victoria with us, it was like residents' point of view to set us and to guide us in this work. So their participation, researching their own territories, it was very good for us, and I hope it's been good for them too. And it increased the university participation into the favelas because it's a big problem in Brazil. University is public, but it's man-dominated by the elite, and people from favela who needed free access to education are very excluded from university. So we needed to get more and more together and try to make more projects that hire people from favela, that make people from favela more active and more with more value into our research, not just add people that we go, talk, and go away. This is us in Victoria's home. Now it's mostly photos. This is our partner because we made a series of comics with the histories that we learned. So this is Bruna Bandeira. She's also from a favela, but in south zone of São Paulo, but it calls Jardim Ângela. It's places similar to Paraisópolis. And she has this beautiful page in Instagram for her brand. Is Imagine in Design, Imagine and Draw. And she helped us to transform, to transform the history into this. This is Vivienne, one of Paraisópolis residents who participate with us. And this is her in comic book. In comments, and she's talking about how she and her child got depressed during the pandemic, and until nowadays they are not okay and not receiving the proper support. This is Hilda. This is a community health agent, which is a very important function in Brazil. They are people from community who work in the health system, and they needed to be part of community to work in this. So she lives in Paraisópolis and works in Paraisópolis community. It's very important to know the territory and to know all the residents. This is Lucia, who worked for bosses who doesn't believe in the virus, and she needed to work like 10 hours every day during the pandemic, take care of other family, but she got sick, her family got sick, and she needed to keep on working. This is us in Ilda's home. This is in a church. We needed to dialogue and do a lot of things with Protestant churches because the territory religion mostly are this. This is us with memory, truth, and justice in one of our closing sections of the workshops. And this is the participants. They are women. Most part of them are older, 60 years old or more. This one wrote her own screen. And thank you.
So I just wanted to let you know that tomorrow, Camila and Victoria will be presenting at the Scarborough campus, but you can tune in via the webinar if you can't make it there. So you'll hear about the engagement from their perspective, which, as Dr. Pamela told us, is so crucial. So now it's time for me to invite our two animateurs. Please come around this way. And so first we have Dr. Luis van Ischot, who's a colleague from the history department and a specialist on the history of human rights violations in the dirty wars in Colombia. And on my other side, we have Antonio Torres Ruiz, who is a specialist on Mexican gay rights, indigenous rights, movements from a political science and local mobilization perspective. So I turn it over to you guys to animate for us all.
Thank you, Noel. Did you want to start by any chance?
Sure.
I invite you to, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ana Manuel. Gracias, Ruth. Obrigado, Pamela. As always, it's a pleasure to collaborate with Ana Manuel and her team. So I know that if it's her involved, it's going to be stimulating, it's going to be interesting, challenging, thought-provoking, and everything else. And I really appreciate the fact that she brought up the 2 de octubre no se olvida, or the 2nd of October we'll never forget, being from Mexico. And being more in tune with the idea of hope, I also want to let everyone know or remind everyone that yesterday the first female president took office in Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum. Somebody who is also, or was, a student activist. She's a scientist, an environmentalist, a feminist, a progressive politician, and that gives us hope. And that should serve as an example to the global north of what is possible, even in this crazy world that we're living. Because unfortunately, it happened the same day as Iran started retaliating. So that was good news, and I'm still happy, but sad to know that this is the context within which that is taking place. So huge challenge for her, a huge challenge for the kind of work you do, and I'm sure that Ana Manuel invited me here because I've done work on HIV/AIDS as well, that hit communities as well, indigenous communities, marginalized communities, in a way that reminds us how a crisis like this was not lived the same or experienced the same in those communities as in the global north, right? I'm not gonna be giving you a lecture because we are here as animators, but all I said, okay, how am I going to refrain myself from lecturing? Because I love being in the classroom. And I haven't taught since April, and I won't be teaching till January. But I said, okay, I'm just gonna share with you the titles of 3 books. Representar a los virus, representing the virus, film making views of the pandemic. Since we're talking about transdisciplinary, we have a lot to learn from big filmmakers. I'll mention just Luis Buñuel, and Nazarene talking about the plague. I spent part of the pandemic in Italy, La Democrazia in Pandemia. Very provoking because it's about all those people who didn't believe in the virus, even in Europe. And we saw things in the global north that we didn't see in parts of the global south. These protests all against wearing the mask. This is all a plot for good reasons in some cases, but unfortunately with dire consequences. And the last one, Pandemia COVID-19, Lecturas de América Latina in Spanish, published by UNAM, the National University. So there's a lot that we can discuss, but I think the key points were made by the presenters, and I'm sure we're going to have an interesting discussion with all of you.
Yes, hi, good morning, everybody. It's such a great pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for including me in these conversations in this way. And it's great to share the microphone and the space here with you. I wanted to say that what I find so inspiring about your work is the deep, thoughtful, collaborative, participatory research design and research process. And because of that, I'm going to try and ask a couple of questions that really focus on this aspect. I'm a historian, so for myself, I'm not only interested in the histories that the community members of your project are telling, but I'm curious also about the histories of the initiatives themselves, how it is that you ended up working in these particular communities. So I would love to know a lot more about the biography, if you will, about your particular research. And I'm just going to add to that a couple of things. One is that we spoke, I think, only a little briefly, or we heard alluded to the political context that was unfolding in Brazil as you were doing this research, and indeed as the COVID pandemic was occurring. I'd like to know a little bit more about that and the context in Peru as well, because although these life stories and these community stories give us great insight into a much longer kind of past, a much deeper history of colonialism, which you also spoke about very eloquently. I'm curious how the context of political change or political coyuntura was affecting the projects as they unfolded. Not just the pandemic context, but how, the post, if we can speak, I don't even know if this is correct to speak about post-pandemic, but the current moment. There are many things happening at this university, and I wanted to just say that I'm sorry I can't stay for the entire day. We're hosting this wonderful historian and scholar of Haiti and the Dominican Republic today at the History Department, and she's written this beautiful book about the massacre of Haitians in the Dominican Republic in 1935. And it is today actually the anniversary of, I think, the 87th anniversary, 88th, anyway, the anniversary of the start of this massacre. But if you're free tomorrow and on campus at noon, she's going to be speaking about the involvement of universities and profiting from this transatlantic slave trade, because she's writing a second book on this topic. So anyway, if anyone's interested, you can come and talk to me about that. And with apologies, I would love to hear from everybody else. Thank you so much for everything.
So
maybe there's questions from people, comments, and then maybe if you want to address some of Luis's questions, any one of you two, would you like to get the conversation started, or do we let other people? Perhaps. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, please, could you introduce yourselves? Your name is enough. Yep.
I'm Donald Cole. I'm an emeritus professor and part-time. I was really interested, given the history of struggles against exploitation in other ways. In other words, even though vaccines didn't arrive quickly, oil exploration and mining, etc., have come to the Amazon. peoples in major ways. And so I was very interested to hear more about how that work in organizing and making demands on the center, the state, whomever, was what kind of role did that play, I guess, in people feeling like they got at least some control around responses to the pandemic. And it's partly my mind is framed by 4 Ecuadorian delegates from various struggles against extractivism are here in Canada now, going across the country against the free trade agreement. Anyway.
Or if are there related questions? Does anyone want to build on that? Or should we, okay, so we'll start with this.
Okay.
and go to Pamela.
Thank you for the questions and comments. Let's see if I can answer them. First, there is a long history of organization against oil. I'm going to go from the end. And actually, there is the major concern they have. It's about the oil spill in the communities. Actually, when we went the first time, there was just a recent one, and they're regularly small spills, and they are very much organized in terms of demanding to the state to do something about it. It's very complicated because there's also blames from both sides about the origin of the spills. And but the organization, and I think that responds a little bit to the other questions. Mostly what we found is that people organize individually as a community, and they take their complaints or their demand directly to the national level or the ministry of level and the media, and try to get to with support with NGOs or organizations, climate organizations, for example, environmental organizations. So it's very much like much focalized in terms of their demands. They are broader in indigenous organizations that represent many communities, but most of them, for what we found out and talked with them and gather with the communities, they work only at the local level and then become more professionalized organizers. So it tends to be like once the organization becomes stronger, it's kind of a process of NGOization, if I could say that. And then the relationship is directly with ministry offices. They become representative at community and committees at the national level, and then communities feel like a disconnection, or so it gets complicated. But actually, one of the topics that they ask us for and that they talk a lot, not ask us directly because we weren't experts in that, or we weren't working on that, but they were very much concerned of the oil spills in that region. Yes. And the political context is these communities are traditionally marginalized, and these communities in particular are less studied, and that's part of how we got into this area in the Amazon, because there is a population or people that are known as very aggressive or very violent. They're warriors, and they had, I don't remember the date, but 10 to 15 years ago, a huge movement related to their territory, and they blocked the many highways. There was a huge massacre of indigenous, but also indigenous killing police officers and authorities. It's called the Baguazo. That was a struggle to defend, so they could defend their territory that was going offered for selling to companies. That movement or uprising, if we could say that, made possible for or force the government to develop a national law of consulta previa, like previous consultation, involving communities, indigenous communities, stating that they had to ask communities before making any decision about their territory. So that was the first legal recognition of their ownership over their territory 15 years ago. Of course, that doesn't necessarily imply that there's no extraction of wood and illegal mining or illegal trade, right? So but there is a conflict constantly. And after that, actually, the state also had them, they become visible for the state, but as a threat also of how, so people or the state or police and institutions are afraid of these communities because they're like very much aggressive and they can. That said, all of the other cases in the Amazonian River, in Loreto, for example, and the Amazonas, they had also very good, useful responses that were famous responses to the pandemic. And there's a lot of studies in those areas because they're easy to access by plane or by road, and the communities are more in a friendly relationship with the authorities. So yeah, that's something that explained that. In some way, we wanted to see, okay, what the other communities had to do, because everybody are studying the other cases. Let's see why nobody talk about them.
Can I add a comment? Maybe it's relevant to what you're going to say as well, because one thing that I really found very interesting about what you said, and I would like to hear about your experience in the favelas, is I've been working a lot on international policy networks, and you use the term dormant networks that were kind of awakened during the pandemic. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because I find that fascinating. I hadn't heard that term, dormant networks as such. And maybe there's something there in the favelas as well. Maybe your work could build on networks that were already in place. And if you could talk a little bit about that.
There have been very much a lot of waves, also linked with epidemics. So PAHO had very much interest in that area. Religious organizations have a long tradition there, so they come and go depending on the crisis and the emergencies. But then again, disperse or their work become minimized.
And just to remember, was political context and this organization. But the political context during the pandemics was Bolsonaro, a far-right president, who really doesn't believe the virus or doesn't want people to believe, to manipulate everything. A lot of crimes happen. I think if you read some days' papers, you will understand better the context, what he did, because she make an effort to document everything, every crime that he committed against the population. But before Bolsonaro, favelas were a territory of exclusion. And even during Lula and left government, favelas still had trouble. The difference is without the policies of inclusion, even knowing that kind of elite benefits from the favela. I came from a university who was built above a favela. The skeleton favela in Rio was destroyed to make the university of the state, and people were removed. And it's a popular university nowadays. Many people from suburbs, from peripheries study there. We live these contradictions, but I think it's the university's duty to try to go there and do it differently. Even that we have a lot of people who are involved in exploitation who pass it through the university, like the agribusiness. University is also with behind the formation of many people that are harmful, but we need to have faith and keep owning the university. I think that our presence in peripheral territories is fundamental now in Brazil, because we have a lot of NGOs in the organization. The previous organization dependent on money banks. One of our biggest banks, Itaú, was behind the funds of many of the actions. But these actions are very insufficient. They doesn't cover. And the main trouble is we have a public health system, SUS, which is very famous. During Bolsonaro's government, they tried to destroy SUS, but a lot of agents try to destroy SUS every year because they dream with a private system in Brazil. So we have SUS is very good, and people used SUS during the pandemic, but it was not in his full capacity. It was very damaged, and mainly this data breakout, it makes things even more confusing for the population, and the misinformation came from the government, like our president saying people to don't get vaccinated, to believe in the imunidade de rebanho,
Herd immunity.
and a lot of this absurd stuff, and doesn't believe in science. And now we're trying to recover. We have a better president. We have Lula again, but we have a lot of consequences to deal with. We will not resolve the pandemic issues with a better government now. It's a commitment that we need to have in a long time. And this is it.
The dormant networks,
It wasn't.
but maybe it applies too.
I don't know, because what do you mean by dormant networks? Like,
Yeah, I was asking her to elaborate on it, but basically, I mean, just to explain myself a little bit. I've been fortunate enough to work also in at least one favela in Rio.
Maria, I work there.
Okay, great. Through a community center that was built by Lia Rodriguez, a dancer, and she started her academy there. And so she has been building these networks. And I would like to know to what extent this process has also been taking place in other favelas, in Sao Paulo, in other places that go back to before the pandemic, and that you could sort of draw from them to build on the work that you do.
Wasn't Eliana?
Lia Rodriguez.
Lia Rodriguez. Because Maré is a kind of reference, and it's a special case in Rio. I work in Alemão, in Maré, in many favelas, and Maré has a lot of NGOs. It's similar to Paraisópolis in São Paulo. Paraisópolis started this process of having many projects funded by many private money, and to do a center too. But in Maré, we have museum, we have many formation, and people, and it's still insufficient. Like it attends like, I don't know, maybe 20,000 people, and the community have 60,000 people. So you attend a small part of the community, but makes a huge difference to have these works there. But in Brazil, and from my point of view, we need to focus on public funding for these actions and not bank money. But it doesn't make the organization untrue. They just use private money because it's easier to have it. But they do a lot for the community, but they will never have the same size and same capacity of the state. So I don't know if they are dormant. I think they are very active, but not in a way that we can make it for everybody. It's just for a small part of people.
I wanted to build on a couple of the comments made thus far. So in another guise, I worked with the People's Health Movement as a health mobilization transnationally. And one of the ways we started the conversation with Ruth was around the issue of medical oxygen, which was so en falta in the Amazonas region. And yet it was given immediately because oxygen is essential for mining processes. And so this was our initial conversation because, as I understand it, there were indigenous community efforts to fundraise and build a medical oxygen plant. And so I wanted you to expand on that because I think it's a really interesting and important experience that, well, we'll hear how it went. And that was one. And then I'm going to put my current doctoral student, David Hill. I'm bad on last names. I didn't sleep much. Sorry. Lo siento. Mi amigo de 25 años y pierdo tu apellido. And that is, and this is really relating to Dr. Pamela's talk. What happens when the kind of community organization is institutionalized in cooperatives? Because David is working in Costa Rica on cooperatives responses during the pandemic, right? And so he's found, and maybe you come up and explain what you've done, because I think getting a dialogue going between the two of you would also be interesting. And then maybe back to, thanks, come this way.
And that relates just as you get here to the whole idea of NGOization, which is a term that is being used. I've done some work on that, and it's fascinating to try to understand. Is it harmful for the work that the community needs to do to NGOize themselves or to institutionalize themselves or not? That's the whole idea of international policy networks, to try to see if there is some good things. My argument is yes, but this is not my talk.
Sure, thanks, Emmanuel. And there were some thoughts that kind of came to mind in this discussion. So as Emmanuel mentioned, my name is David, and I did my doctoral study, or I'm doing my doctoral study with different co-op networks in Costa Rica. So working particularly with 4 different co-ops, kind of as these solidarity networks, and looking at their responses to the pandemic and to member and community needs. And interestingly, in Costa Rica, co-ops have been institutionalized at a national level, and there are legal and institutional supports funded by the state bank, funded by the federal government in Costa Rica. And so co-ops are all mandated to set aside 6% of all revenue to finance social well-being. And so during the pandemic, we saw co-ops really able to mobilize these funds in different ways because they already had that funding that was required to be set aside by law. And they mobilized it in different ways to meet member and community needs, whether that was coordinating donations for food in rural and remote communities, working with community health workers, or whether that was, in the absence of access to vaccines in rural and remote areas, they organized private transportation to bring folks into urban centers in San Jose to receive vaccines. So kind of these interesting ways, I think, reflecting on how these solidarity networks became formalized as co-ops, and we're able to mobilize those networks in different ways in response to the pandemic. And there are tensions and flaws, and that's not to say that it's a perfect system that's working perfectly. In any institution, once it's institutionalized, there can be challenges faced, but those are kind of some initial thoughts that come to mind in my work.
Thank you so much, David. I would love to hear from other people in the seats before we turn it back to our speakers. If there's any other question, I wanted to say that I'm so incredibly impressed with the work that you have done, and acknowledge how difficult it is to sustain this kind of work. It requires so much effort. It is, I think, more intensive kind of research methodologies than is often engaged in by individual researchers in more extractive contexts. And so I always have a concern too, having worked on community-based research projects, about the how we maintain relationships with communities over time. If you have any reflections on that, but please come up if you have a question. Thank you so much. Or an answer, indeed.
No, not yet. Yes, thank you, Ruth and Pamela, for your wonderful contributions. My name is Christiana from Germany, University of Bochum. And I would like to look forward a little bit. And as we've been discussing in the SMAPL team about the relevance of communities for future pandemic responses and discussing a lot about it, I would really like to hear from you what your governments have learned, or regional governments or communities themselves, from the role, the important role they played in the pandemic, and whether any consequences in terms of institutionalization or community-based healthcare are drawn from those lessons learned. And if there is a little space, I would also be interested in this wonderful methods you were using with comics. That was so impressive. So how did you do it, and how will you be using it also to promote healthcare?
That's the first question. So you first asked about
The government's learnings or
Ah. It's so complicated that I forgot. Well, I because we are not seeing effective policies for this until nowadays. You see, like people still lacking everything, and we are in a better situation now, but as I said, it's so insufficient. Like people still depending on our public system, which is not okay, and there's nothing specific for the harms that came from pandemic time. So in one of the comics, in the end, the now character says that she needs more support, that she have the system, the public system, but she needs more support. And we, as results, we are trying to build, I always forget how we say cartilha. No,
A pamphlet.
a pamphlet with specific recommendations for favelas, because the situation in favelas is very different. Like they don't have roads to cars pass. So when you need to receive an ambulance, you can't. And they have, not in São Paulo, but in Rio, they had a lot of shot fires and problems with the police, who is always in the territory, terrifying people with a lot of big war weapons in citizens, in simple citizens, civilians' place. So many people don't work in favelas. I admit that changing from Rio to São Paulo make me feel more safer, because when I worked in Maré, every 15 days we have the police shooting a lot, and we need to be taking from home with the help of someone. So I think government never resolve and never is enough prepared, because the matter is the social inequality that generates the favelas. So when it's not solved, we still need to make harm reduction solutions instead of resolve the trouble. And like now, the NGOs are responding the other questions. They are in many aspects trying to do the state's work, and used to be public money a time ago, and now we live in a limbo. We don't know which is the best, because we have corruption before too, when it's most public. And in Brazil, we have a lot of volunteer work. So many people who were organized worked for free and gave their lives like to got houses registration, or in Jardim Colombo, the basic health units from 2018. And it was something the community got fighting a lot. And people, maybe with the NGOs, you have a job, you have a salary, you have like a more, you have security to do this work, because people used to do that for free. And it kind of make the people who were in the front line, they got old without retirement money, and the cause still there, but you have no energy to fight anymore. And many people, like in Maré, Jailson and Eliana was a couple from there. They fight a lot in the unions, the residents' unions, but then they needed to take care of their lives too. And it's always the paradox how you will give your whole life to a cause. It's the place that you live. Sometimes it's not an option, but it's very demanding from people to always organize, and people in these groups are changing a lot. It's not the same person. Now we see in the NGOs, people come and go, come and go, come and go. We old times we have like leaders. You know who is the leader, you know who is working with, and now everything's more spreaded, and people outside of the community participating a lot in favelas, because people from favela work all the time and doesn't have the time to dedicate the life to this. And I think it's our struggles in this, trying to find a balance.
So are cooperativas a possibility where it's not cooperativas, not an outside NGO or not an NGO, that a different model de
A different model.
cooperativa? ¿Eso existe? Or
I don't know. You know, Camila, if there's cooperativas in Paraisópolis or no, it's more the NGO model nowadays.
Would you like to have the last word? Thank you so much.
Yes, I don't know if I will remember everything, but following on that, I think that's also an issue of the NGO station, or how the new model for organizations are, that type of thing. And that, I think the problems with inequalities that they brought and representation are also have to be thought about, because once you get a salary, you become better off than the rest of the community. And also it becomes a way of getting a job or getting a better position, maybe moving to the more urban area with better services. So you move away from the community. Of course, the community doesn't have water, electricity, or any basic needs. So not good or bad, it's just life. Everybody wants to be better off. So I think that's something that plays in that process of the disconnection. The capacity to maintain the network or the connection with their community will change greatly. And there was another question.
I have the medical oxygen.
Right, the networks. And I think it has to, well, the communities were able to build their own oxygen plants with support from previous networks, NGOs, religious organizations, fundraising campaigns were quickly developed. And in a month, they had the resources and they built their own medical oxygen plants. For example, a small one, or I don't know how they work, but they had them. Actually, there was then a problem because they had to handle them to the health service afterwards, and there's a problem of maintenance, and the health system can support them and whatever. So many of them are now not working or unmaintained. But I think, and that's something that we were discussing, how do we approach with our decolonial way of understanding how they maintain networks or use or organize, right? Because we're thinking of making the connection. So they were able to, via WhatsApp, connect with people that, oh, somebody came 3 years ago and do research that might be extractive in some way, but now they have your contact. So they need something, they will call you and ask you if you will be able to help, right? I don't know how many people go back and respond, but people that wants to make the contact, the linkage is stronger and keep the relationship responded. And that's how they manage to get contact with a previous NGO member organization or international networks that sometime came there. So they use
on the government learnings and
Oh, and the government learning. Yes. And I wanted to say that I don't know what the national government, actually, I don't think the national government will learn anything. But at this point, particularly, we're really in a fractured system. But what I like a lot, and I think it gives us hope, is that since we work with the health center and micro networks in the region and the community, and we presented the results to both of them, they mentioned that they also were very happy to hear the stories of the communities and to hear their challenges working together, and actually said, please, you're going to take these results to the regional office because they need to know what we're doing. And at least value our work, right? So local health professionals are also feeling like their system failed them. So take to the regional level. And then we're also in the process of working on what to put in policy memo things to take the word up the state. So I don't know if there would be much learning, but at least they were happy to say, oh, that we didn't know communities responded differently. And that's useful to know, they said. And now we know what are their networks in each community or how they respond. Hopefully that will help them make contact of them in the future, but that was hope.
Yes.
Just about what you say about the people became like better than the rest of the community. I think not necessarily that, because like in Eliana and Jailson case, even in Gilson's case, there is the leader in Paraisópolis, the community loves them. Like even they are not living there anymore and they admit, because it's a favela, it's dangerous with the lack of many things, but they dedicate their lives to develop things there, which is not common for the other enterprises. So they were the first to take some services, culture, museums, community centers, all built by, they were from these communities, not because they became like middle class, maybe, questionable, because class is not just about money. They are working in favelas. And it's a huge thing in Brazil because Gilson, it's a controversial figure. People talk a lot about how he's making money or the funds, but the only thing that people never question about him is his work in Paraisópolis, that many people benefits, that he is there, and at least he is there. And it's someone that people know who came from, that he is from here, because many NGOs from outside do, and there's people that are not from there receiving funds because of the place. So they prefer someone from there, even getting richer and everything, receives the money than someone from outside, because they see themselves in Gilson, maybe. Even knowing that little small part of the community will reach the same that he got, but he's from there, and it makes a huge difference. It has made a huge difference. We have Camila and Victoria working in the project. Has made a huge difference for them that I came from a peripheral place. People look at it with like, we prefer people from here or people like us.
So thank you so much to our presenters and to our animateur and the audience for getting the conversation going. And let's keep the conversation going with coffee, tea, cookies, and we'll meet back at 11:15.
Well, I would like to introduce our next main speaker. I would like to first introduce Stephanie Mayo. She has been conducting community-based health research with migrant agricultural workers in Canada and across rural Jamaica since 2014. Stephanie's research focuses on the psychosocial determinants of health, mental health, injury, racism, and access to health and care and social supports. Stephanie is currently a PhD candidate in the medical anthropology program at the University of Toronto, where she is investigating the ways race and the history of plantation slavery influenced Jamaican farm workers' experiences of health and injury. Our other main speaker is Janet McLaughlin. Janet is an associate professor of health studies and research associate at the International Migration Research Center at Wilfrid Laurier University in Ontario. Since 2004, she has been conducting research on issues related to migrant agricultural workers' health and human rights, and their access to healthcare and protections in Canada, and their sending states, particularly Mexico and Jamaica. We welcome Stephanie.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just thought I'd double check after all of that. I'm Janet McLaughlin. I'm really very much regret that I can't be there in person today, but I'm very grateful to be joining you remotely, and I love listening to everyone this morning, and I'm glad that Stephanie's there in person with you. So we're here to present some preliminary findings from the Ontario SMAPL research project exploring political mobilization by and around migrant agricultural workers, a population that experienced the COVID-19 pandemic in disproportionately harmful ways related to their social well-being, occupational and living conditions, and mental and physical health. So today's presentation will begin with some background about migrant agricultural workers in Canada, and next we will discuss our team's research goals and objectives, methodological approach, and present our preliminary findings. And to conclude, we'll highlight an example of social mobilization by injured migrant agricultural workers that resulted in policy changes. So next slide. Migrant agricultural workers have now been coming annually to Canada for 58 years. And their numbers have steadily increased over this time. So as you can see in these figures, this trend continued throughout the COVID pandemic. In 2022, nearly 65,000 migrant agricultural workers were employed in Canada. And by 2023, this number rose to over 70,000. Most workers come from countries like Mexico, Guatemala, and Jamaica, and most are hired on seasonal contracts under the Seasonal Agricultural Worker Program, which employs workers for up to 8 months a year. Next slide. So the structural conditions of employment render migrant agricultural workers vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. This is because they are hired on temporary contracts each year that tie them to a specific employer who can fire and deport them without a grievance process, and who have the power to name them to return the following year. So in the context of this extreme power imbalance, workers are not empowered to exercise their rights or to report abuses. Migrant workers typically live in crowded conditions on their farms, so employers can monitor them both on and off the job. Agricultural workers face numerous occupational hazards, but they are exempt from many protections under provincial employment standards and labor legislations. Notably, migrant workers in Ontario are legally entitled to healthcare, but they face many barriers to accessing both healthcare and social protections. In fact, sick and injured migrant workers are deported often before they can receive the healthcare and workers' compensation to which they should be entitled. Next slide, please. So the conditions in which migrant workers live and work in Canada expose them to various physical and psychosocial health risks. Consequently, they're vulnerable to various common health issues related to occupational and environmental health, sexual and reproductive health, chronic and infectious diseases, as well as poor mental health. And all of these issues, of course, are linked to the interlocking social determinants of health, including their precarious employment and working conditions, their low income and social status, the lack of social support and connectedness in their communities, their substandard living environments and housing, the limited access to healthcare, language and literacy challenges, And I also want to point out there are gender issues. For example, women are in the extreme minority in these programs, and those that are there often face harassment and reproductive health challenges. And then, of course, also racism and other forms of discrimination are common. These are racialized people living in largely white rural regions of Canada. Next slide, please. So migrant workers in Canada were disproportionately harmed during the pandemic. Early in the pandemic, closed borders and air restrictions gave rise to concerns among farmers that they wouldn't be able to hire the migrant workers their operations depend on. So the federal government responded by allowing migrant workers who were deemed critical to the food system to enter Canada. However, the policies put in place to protect these workers were wholly inadequate and failed to consider their social determinants of health and their unique vulnerabilities. In the early stages of the pandemic, before vaccines were available, migrant agricultural workers in Ontario were at least 10 times more likely to contract the virus than residents of Canada. And numerous workers died in the various waves. They were among the youngest fatalities in the province. Overcrowded living conditions, disempowered working conditions, and barriers to accessing timely health care generated unique and compounded risks for these workers. So when young migrant men began to die of COVID, media attention shone a light on these conditions and raised awareness over their circumstances, about which most Canadians were previously unaware. These grave circumstances stimulated social mobilization and activism by migrant worker support groups and their allies who worked to meet workers' practical needs like bringing them meals and food security, while simultaneously engaging in direct political actions at all levels of government to demand changes in policy to increase access to healthcare services, improve workers' housing, and reform the immigration system. So I'll now turn it over to my colleague Stephanie to discuss some of our recent research in Ontario.
Thank you, Janet. So generally speaking, policy responses to COVID-19 have been largely characterized and analyzed in terms of cross-national comparisons and state-level responses. Community groups and activists have been largely and typically excluded from policymaking. In Canada, many groups challenged subnational policymaking and national policymaking and mobilized to fill the gaps that the government responses left during the pandemic. The Ontario research explores the interaction between various levels of government here in Canada and civil society groups who are engaged in supporting and advocating for migrant agricultural workers during the pandemic. So this research asks, how has community activism unfolded and how has it shaped policymaking? What steps have community groups taken in the absence of effective policymaking? And how do these community mobilization efforts and their policymaking impacts compare across the cases? The Ontario research has the following goals: to produce usable and contextual understandings of activist mobilizations and their impact on policymaking, to foster and elucidate critical hope shaping activism and research in the context of COVID-19, to increase the visibility of migrant justice struggles and amplify their demands to the Canadian public, also be consciously reflexive about researchers' privileged position and their responsibility to push for transformative policy change, and also to produce evidence-based data to inform policy changes that increase migrant workers' rights. So to enable us to prioritize questions of power, ethics, and justice in analyses of historical structures and relations that constitute and transform the current world order, the policy analysis dimension of our study draws from critical political economy theory, informed by Gramsci's concepts of hegemony and critical neoliberal studies. We take a decolonial approach and engage with alternative logics to think about democracy, knowledge, struggle, and resistance from a global South perspective, revealing the potential that social movements and subaltern groups have in challenging the social order and creating alternatives. We draw on critical race theory to conceptualize and critique the power dynamics and structural inequities faced by migrant workers that relate to race and policy. Our methods include a media and historical database, a policy timeline, and interviews with advocacy groups and policymakers. Our research assistants and work study students compiled comprehensive media and historical reviews of sources covering key policies related to activism. They considered various media and news sources, government updates and announcements, websites, and social media. By August of 2024, the team had identified more than 800 sources. In reviewing these media articles, we sought to determine whether, how, and why such activism efforts informed policy change, and what alternatives emerged. We then compiled a chronological timeline of activism and policies related to agricultural workers during the pandemic that we shared with research participants before and during the interview to help jog their memories on the multiple struggles that unfolded during the pandemic. Our preliminary analysis revealed that activism during the pandemic could only be understood in the context of building upon decades-long struggles around health, safety, and legal status of migrant workers in Canada. To this end, the students compiled longer historical timelines of several key civil society groups involved in migrant worker justice, listed here. So we conducted one-on-one semi-structured interviews with 14 activists or advocates. We are also conducting interviews with 10 to 15 policymakers and 5 to 10 other key informants, such as journalists, academics, filmmakers, and we will employ an oral history methodology in these discussions. Thus far, we have interviewed one provincial policymaker and have other interviews arranged in the coming weeks. Interviews take place virtually or in person. They last around 90 minutes, and interviewees have the option of being identified in the research or not. Preliminary data analysis of these interviews revealed a few themes. So first, we learned that the federal quarantine policy that kept workers isolated upon arrival for 2 weeks meant workers lived in inhumane conditions and experienced widespread food insecurity and social isolation. The agri-food industry in Canada is extremely powerful, and the federal COVID policies explicitly favored employers. Government inaction during the pandemic meant many civil society groups met workers' emergency needs and worked hard to fill policy gaps, such as bringing workers food and health supplies during quarantine. The pandemic highlighted migrant workers' poor conditions, leading to government embarrassment and also new funding opportunities to support migrant workers. However, this federal funding allocated to groups on the ground created division among support groups and limited their activities. The recent open work permit for vulnerable workers was advanced by the federal government to protect workers who could prove they were in situations of abuse. This mechanism proved to be wholly ineffective. We learned that real change isn't possible until migrant workers are given a seat at the table and the ability to speak for themselves. Most civil society groups agree that the most important policy demand is status for all on arrival or regularization. So the demand for status for all and regularize everyone has been called more recently, has been identified by most, if not all of our interlocutors as the paramount policy demand. One activist explained, the fact that migrant workers are seen as second-class citizens and they're not given status is really the root of the problem. Another participant told us status is that one thing that would address the high power imbalance, and it would take care of workers' vulnerability. By having status, the things workers are denied, they are now automatically entitled to. And another noted, workers need permanent resident status so that they can have protection when they speak up, because the government can have so many consultations and stuff like that, but workers don't feel like it's safe to participate, and they don't have the power to. We recently interviewed an opposition member of the Ontario Provincial Parliament who told us, quote, the government was just going through the motions on protecting migrant workers. They were truly never concerned about the well-being of these key essential workers, even though they called them heroes and even though they declared them essential. Investing in their health and well-being was not a priority. The way migrant workers are going to eventually receive respect, financial compensation, and the same rights as workers in Ontario is if they have status. Ultimately, the thing that's going to change our relationship with migrant workers is a pathway to status. So we will end today briefly on a positive note with a recent and hopeful example of social mobilization acting indeed as a policy lever for migrant workers. So given that the health risks facing migrant workers emerge from the structural conditions of their employment, social resistance and community activism are essential to addressing their health needs. For decades, migrant farm workers and their allies have long called attention to the unjust nature of the Ontario Workers' Compensation Board's practice of ending financial compensation to migrant workers who are injured in Ontario. In September 2023, the Provincial Appeals Tribunal agreed and ruled this practice to be indeed illegal. In response, Ontario's Workers' Compensation Board has announced proposed changes to how it reviews suitable work available for injured migrant workers based on the labor market realities in their home countries. And the board also has committed to paying out millions of dollars to migrant workers who were injured since 2007. Although this is a notable victory, injured workers and their allies continue to pressure the Workers' Compensation Board to expand this ruling to other injured migrant workers. So briefly to conclude, migrant workers in Ontario face compounded structural vulnerabilities that are linked to exploitation and poor health outcomes. The pandemic exacerbated these issues, while at the same time raised awareness about the poor conditions facing these workers. Several prominent migrant worker advocacy groups continued their activism and support efforts which preceded the pandemic, but new attention and funding was generated. Some new groups were also formed, such as the Migrant Worker Health Expert Working Group, which is a network of scholars and clinicians who work to provide evidence-based recommendations to various levels of government and policymakers. There have been some recent policy wins in relation to activism, such as recent federal funding for support groups, a coroner's investigation into migrant workers' deaths in Ontario, open work permits as noted, and changes to the workers' compensation system. However, the most fundamental policy demand, status for all, remains elusive. Gracias, obrigado, and thank you all.
Thank you. Now we want to welcome our next speakers, Isabelle Rouland from University of Quebec in Montreal. She has a doctorate in sociology. She has been conducting research in collaborative and participatory governance, as well as collective and intersectoral intervention in local health, as well as mental health and the power to act collectively on the organization of services. And also, Yannick Nussio is an associate professor in the Department of Sociology at the University of Montreal and a senior researcher at the Interdisciplinary and Interuniversity Research Group on Employment, Poverty, and Social Protection. We welcome both of you.
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be there to show a bit of our work that we are doing since the beginning of the pandemic about Montrealese citizen practices that also include a lot of institutionalized work with the brigade, the so-called brigade that involve a lot of neighborhood more in the region of Montreal. So today I will put in current the research into the context. It's still ongoing. We are all just finishing to collect our data. I will focus, because as a sociologist, I really analyze practices. So we will focus about the practice of outreach community agent. In French is agent de sensibilisation communautaire. And to be really honest, I have some issue to choose the right word to translate it in English, but I think it's fine, but I'm open to the proposition if it's referred to other things in global health that I'm not aware of. So outreach community agent, the OCA, that will be the center of our presentation. We will see a bit of the context of emergence of those practices, support device of the OCA, and also the question and issue that raise for the organization of proximity, like community local organization in social and health locally in Montreal. So the research, it's a longitudinal multi-case studies that we are doing in the north of Montreal. That's the region that is the most poor and globally really more deep into receiving refugees and multicultural issue that they are dealing with in the community association process and so on. And also some really precarious neighborhood in the Laval city that is really the island next to Montreal, that it's the suburb of Montreal, but they are really interconnected in the dynamic of the city. The objective of the research that was funded by the CRSH is to understand the citizen practices in the co-production of community care in Montreal and explore Montreal and Laval and explore their impact in organization on local public services. So it's really the intersectorial on public, state, service, and association, and also the freelance spontaneously of the community that we're focusing in. We try to describe the citizen practices as well as their evolution during the pandemic, but now also describing also the cross-sector collaboration trajectory between project and partner, and to document, and that's my main intention, but we're not there yet, to really understand the co-production of care and how those practices transform the public services organization in general. So I'm not only, we're a big teams and a lot of partner also, as well as in public services that in a community association. But what we have done with those two cases basically is to do a lot of observation, participatory observation, and also shadowing of the practice of the OCAs, documentary analysis, individual and collective interview with them, but with also all the manager and the people that just support and organize their work. And what we just finished last week is the collaborative practice narrative laboratory that we call in French communauté pratique, that focus on the dialogue and the how they just talk about the work that they have done. What is the day-to-day practice, what they are doing in that. So just to put the table, as we say in French, pour mettre la table, how those practices just start in Montreal, in Quebec, basically, because we can also relate it to other region, what happened in Montreal that we study. There were, of course, during the pandemic, a limitation of institutionalized, I'm a French speaker, sorry, institutionalized health service in terms of the ability to respond to more disadvantaged community, even in Montreal, in the pandemic's context, a slow public response to ensure a disadvantaged population also in access to different services. That creates a lot of impulse and mobilization locally, pushed by community association, but also spontaneously in neighborhood, mostly in HLM, social apartment, and so on. So that have just occurred to the States and Quebec to be a really super interesting practices. And of course, and you all know about what's going in the South with those practices, les agents de sensibilisation communautaire. We just heard about them with the nice presentation of Pamela about les agents du communautaire du Saúde. But in the North, those practices are not that spread out. And with the pandemic, it's the state, well, in Quebec, start to understand that, oh, it can be a really good idea to investigate that and to try to spread that out post-pandemic. So those practices of what we call in French pour et par, by and for citizen transforming public organization, that's the answer that's the question that we try to raise, comparing to other system of like patient involvement, peer helper in mental health community. There's a lot of entries of users and citizens into the public service health opportunity. And it's like if the OCA is another entry of those citizens into the public organization in Montreal. So short word about our analytical framework. As I said, in the past, I'm more a psychosociologist, so I really go with a micro-politic perspective, but I'm surrounded by nice work sociologists, as Yannick, that mix the different macro and micro level of analysis of those practices. But basically, one of our main frame is to think those practices, those citizen involvement, even if they are not, they haven't a salary or sometimes they are volunteer, as a work, as a free work with Maud Simonet, but as a citizen work, as a practice that is, because is enter into the what we call subaltern activity. It's a way to understand how the public services reproduce inequality by including their perspective and their work also in a critique way of analyzing a form of reproduction of hierarchy and a new kind of precarization of work in social work perspective. So what are outreach community agent practices in local health in the two cases that we study? So here you have one during the pandemic. That is like, mostly is what is sensibilizing, how they go and knock on the door or just dialogue in a park to talk about health and health right and health resources. Beyond being a worker, they are also really involved in their community to try to sensibilize. And the word that just showed up in English is rising awareness. So what it is an activity focused on listening and caring for others beyond the information transmitted. It's a lot of emotional and psychological knowledge that is necessary to do that job, but with no professional training, with no formation, no technique. They really insist on the fact that it's not professional social intervention, what they are doing. They are just beside that. And that's important because if they were to be professional, the salary will not be the same and the condition will not be the same. So they built really that practice between, with their peers, even if it's really risky and demanding, and how, and they will really create what they need to face that hard work with their peers, because there will be any reference in the organization to support them because it's new and it was institutionalized post-pandemic, and that's what we observe now. So really quickly, because my colleague showed me the time here, what are their motivation to be involved and who are they? Who are the person that are doing their work? We talk and we were involved with 34 of them in Laval and in Montreal, and mostly they are living in the neighborhood where they do that work of outreach. There are between 20 and 50. Older than that, it's too hard to be outside day long and to work day to day. The big majority of them are recent immigrants that speak more than 4 languages. And that's a really good extra competence to do that work. And there's exceptionally a parity in gender. So there's as much as men as women to do that work. That's how they see their work. From the point of view of OCA, it's a practice that is special and that is included in a broader project and that play a specific role in social and public health. But from the point of view of the organization and the manager, it's really, and I will just show you the quote there, they are our eyes and our ears on the ground, especially when we need to understand what is going on in the community. So more professional community organizers don't need to go to the terrain, to the field as much, because now they have some eyes. And so, yeah, I will go fast on that. It's more the tension of their work and why they are doing it. And I will leave the word to Yannick about the issue and the struggle that they are doing.
Thank you. Sorry. So, yeah, I'll try to manage both the thing. Unfortunately, I was not able to print it. Thank you, Isabel. So as a labor sociologist, my involvement in Isabel project was not so much about the practices or intervention practices, but about the work and employment condition of the workers. So I am aware that it's not the core of the discussion this morning, so I'll try to be quick. Regarding OCA's work and employment condition, the main finding is the fact that It was a blind spot from the beginning. So if we look at source of funding for fundings for the OCAs and the projects, whether it was from the government, philanthropy, or funds channels from underfunded programs like mental health through the project, it was always ad hoc, not a long-term, not guaranteed. We saw the wage condition and employment quality were not pre-think. It was not something deemed important. I mean, it was what it was. The unions, because sometimes they were unionized, they were not even aware that this new category was somehow funded. Then beside wage, no compensation were established for transport or boots or whatever they would need, whereby if you would be a proper public system employee, they would give you money for your car. There was none of that. The only preoccupation was about security. They would say, you need to work 2 by 2. And you need to have proper shoes, not open shoes, even though it was summer and people would like to have open shoes. But on the long term or middle term, because we studied this 1 year, 2 years after, no negotiation were done regarding the working condition, no pathways. It may be more important than the work condition because people understand it's an entry-level job. But there was no pathways to other jobs. Nothing think about that. There was no clear chain of command that established their mission. So they have order from people, but they're paid by a third party in some instances. The third party is like kind of a temp agency. So it's not clear. So they are kind of in a triangular relation with how they work. Short-term contract, even after a long time in some places, especially in Montreal now. So in some, we are in front of a marginalized and disposable workforce. So this is the first thing. Second thing, and I'll go quick. I see there's only 2 minutes left. 4 tensions, 5 if I have time. First, the paradox of qualification. Isabel put some words on it. Everybody says it's a difficult job. You need very special skills, communication skills, empathy, flexibility. But they made sure to add sometimes in the same sentence, but they're not doing intervention. Because if they would be doing intervention, that would mean better working conditions, better, recognition of their qualities, etc. This is the first thing. Second paradox, I would say, would be the essentialization and naturalization of their skill sets. It's not really good. It's not real qualification. Those are women's qualification. You need to be caring. You speak a lot of languages because you're an immigrant. You never had to learn them. It's there. So you know what I mean? Then you need to have deep micro-local knowledge of where you are. But this is something you learn by nature. I don't know. So those qualities are not recognized. It goes again against the increasing of their working condition. I won't speak about training, but it's the same. They need training, but not too much, because if we train them, we're going to have to pay them. So I'll just leave it to that. Fourth tension is the more we speak about OCAs, the more we could see that they are a workforce left to their own. They're frustrated about their working condition. They're frustrated about the little awareness of their work by other instances of other employees in the public system. They're frustrated about having little support for their work. They're frustrating because sometimes they would give references to people they find extreme social isolation, but you say, okay, you have domestic violence, you should go there. People call, no service. So it's like it's pointless what they do. So this is the fourth tension. And fifth, I think it's important that I have 30 seconds. So I think even though, because I've been very critical and very quick, even though the project based on community outreach, I think is a very nice idea. That's not the thing here. But I can't just go beyond the fact that the introduction of OCAs at the very bottom of the employment structure in the public sector fits in a more general topic or trend. It's the de-skilling and precarization of work in the public sector. We see this in different settings, in schools, kindergarten assistants, kindergarten teachers' assistants, nursing aides, assistants. And all these new categories, they always put them at the bottom of the system. They don't recognize the qualification. And then it, I would say, brings down the condition in the labor system. So not against the initiative. I think it's a nice thing, but we are in front of an innovative and sometimes inspiring new intervention practices. But we have to be aware that it could be co-opted by the system. That's it. Yeah. Hey, friends, thank you, and obrigado, gracias, thank you, merci. And
Thank you very much to Stephanie and Janet, and also to Isabel and Janet for their wonderful presentations. Now we would like to invite Ropaline Buyan and Teresa Martins to be our animateurs, animatrices. So we can open up the discussion from these presentations and share some of our, our ideas and participation of the all the public. Thank you.
I would love to hear. So I'm gonna share a couple of thoughts because I have so much to say, but I'm not gonna say it all. And I'd love for you to think, okay, what is something you're either excited about or curious about, or maybe you're seeing a connection so we can have a dialogue. You guys are facing this way, but hopefully we can change our body language. Yeah, and I just had the pleasure of, and I think they've left now because they're students, but we had our morning class, so I missed the morning. In social work I teach, we were talking about some of the different ideas written in academic language about decolonizing social work, indigenizing, delinking. I'm thinking of Mignolo, right, from the kind of capitalist market. And so I'm like trying to figure out how can I ask questions of this presenters, especially around what I kept seeing these tensions of exploitation, like we're using labor that's unpaid, not recognized, not valued, it's temporary disposable. There's something that's happening that the system is benefiting from, or seeing a benefit. Maybe we're calling it a benefit because we see a change, we meaning those paying attention to a policy that seems better. But I'm not sure if the community is getting anything out of it. So that's kind of a question, like, is the practices that you all paid attention to, the social mobilizing, which I'm also aware of a little bit of the migrant workers, maybe the other spaces that you all are doing, is it something to at least admire it and see it and try to raise questions and even talk about it as having value? Is that enough? Is that like where we are? Like we've gotten to the point where now we value it, we see it, we're trying to figure out what to call it, what words we use. And then maybe we're measuring its value in its impact on the system. Of course, inclusion might mean it gets co-opted, but I'm not satisfied. So I just want to hear your thoughts. Maybe you could help me figure out where we can go there. But do you want to add there, and then we'll turn it over?
Yeah, I think that would be good. And we have a lot of questions we can answer. Yeah, as you already know, my name is Teresa, and other than you, I'm part also of the SMAPL project. I've been with the project for almost 3 years now and observing all the changes and where we started. And first of all, I want to thank Emmanuel and Khadija for welcoming us here all today and tomorrow and the whole week, because it's a unique opportunity to bring 4 teams together from 4 countries to discuss all these important things. Also want to thank Christiane, because she introduced me within the project to community health research in Germany. We have 2 case studies there, and she really taught me a lot, and I'm learning a lot from her. And also the Brazilian team, because they welcomed me the last 2 months in Brazil, and I got to learn a lot from their approaches to the methods and working in a favela and all these kind of things. And I want to come back to the initial question of how to put decolonial knowledge production into practice. And I want to share just 3 observations with you that are made today. And maybe we can discuss after that some strategies of how to put these observations more into practice. And I'm talking from a perspective as a researcher coming from a research institute, and all of you who are also researchers work for a research institute that are mostly had a very colonial history. And I think I made 3 observations today how to challenge these colonial continuities in our research production coming from these institutes. And first of all, it's of course, using other methods. We saw that this is a very classical one. We saw that today, but also very important ones to use more creative methods, more methods that are not so text-based or like as academic knowledge, as we call it, just text. And then we analyze it to go, to speak with the people, with the communities, to use audio-visual methods and all these kind of things. I think that's very important. And maybe we can talk about other methods that we've heard today or that we want to apply in further research today. The second observation was the relationship between the researcher, ourselves coming from these colonial institutes, with the community and with civil organizations. We've heard a lot of examples today, for example, the Brazilian team hiring to people from the community, or tomorrow we will hear a lot of from Christiane living in the community. And I think it's very important to think about how we can bring a continuity to this relationship between the research institution. Mostly it's just one researcher who does it, but how to bring a continuity to that, because it's very important for decolonizing knowledge production. And the third question, and we've seen a lot of examples today, is how to engage as a researcher to this social or political transformations, and how to bring a continuity to that to really maintain a relationship with local governments or civil society groups, and how to really bring a change to the social reality we are facing. So these 3 points: methods, relationship between research institute and community, and social and political change.
Should we just discuss the answers? Or should we break that down into more specific questions to tackle?
I mean, I'm curious if we can try to not worry about being really smart and just like what's coming up, maybe at an emotional level, maybe at intellectual level, maybe at a practical level, because I imagine that might resonate with all of us.
I have a question, not an answer.
We were trying to get people to go to the
okay.
yes.
I have
it kind of. Yeah.
Yes.
So lots of people can come up, 10 people.
Can we move the microphone, or do we need visual?
We need to. It's more the camera up there. It's the camera for the people.
I come here not as for following my presentation, but really as for a question for the colleagues. I am a board member of the Immigrant Workers Center in Montreal that works with Jill and everything. So, and my question is not about the ideological or philosophy status for all. I think everybody's agreed. We can discuss it, but I think there's no debate there. But at least in Montreal, there was like during the pandemic, there was a window of opportunity with the regularization program with Trudeau, and at one point people were like thinking that it was coming really, and there was like, and then the real question happened: what do we demand? Do we demand status for all, and we knew that it wouldn't happen? Do we demand to end the closed permit? Do we demand regularization for some kind of categories of people? And I was wondering if the people that the social justice people that you were interviewing, they talk about that, because it's not an easy answer to solve, and there was a lot of tension between different organizations. And I don't know, I'm sure you have something more to say about that.
No, thank you for this question, because the demand status for all, regularization, status on arrival, it's conveyed in a way that can be confusing to certain Canadian audiences. Also, it is not a homogenized demand. Different groups have different variations of what that means. So primarily, status on arrival means conferring to migrant workers the same status while they're here as a Canadian citizen, which would not allow them to be maintained in a subcategory within this country because of their temporariness, because that is an apartheid system where we have a political economic system reliant on large groups of people who never get to attain or recognize their full human rights. I think when you explain it like that, even to conservative Canadians, you can get a little bit more of an, oh, I understand. I think a lot of times what happens is the demand for status for all on arrival can read to those who are not involved in immigration issues, who do not understand the workings of Canada's immigration system. Oh, are you saying hire people, bring them over and land them, settle people? This seems to be bothering or offensive to conservative-minded Canadians. It's not that that's the demand. A demand for status on arrival with a pathway for permanent residence is a two-part demand. The status part is about making sure that we don't have a system, an agricultural sector that operates reliant on large numbers of people who are not seen as fully human, fully whole, because the absence of that status creates gaps in protections that allows unscrupulous employers to behave with impunity. And there's no mechanisms when you don't have status to prevent your own deportation, to prevent your own physical, emotional, psychological abuse. So status is the solution to the structural vulnerabilities facing migrant workers. And then a pathway to permanent residency is an extension of that demand to say, many of my worker friends have come for decades to work on 8-month contracts in the same community, contributing their efforts and their labor, but also their money into these local economies to support families back home who miss them profoundly. Why can their children not access education opportunities up here? Why, after X number of years, can that individual not be given an expedited pathway to permanent residency? They've proved to be essential, proved to be needed. It doesn't make any sense not to see the status as the solution to these structural vulnerabilities. To your regularization point, the federal government in Canada has been, getting whiplash from their turnarounds in the past few months, all in the context of we've got an election on the horizon. A commitment to regularization by Mark Miller not that many months ago has been completely turned around because of a housing crisis misaligned with an influx of international students, an influx of migrant workers, creating a crisis for Canadians. Conservative Canadians vote and have a lot of power. And as a result of that, promises of regularization have disintegrated, they've evaporated, and we've gone the other direction. Caps on international students, caps on who can use. Quebec is leading in a lot of things. Like really, you have amazing people doing work there. The Quebec Supreme Court has just ruled that open work permits are needed, closed work permits not legal.
We're also leading with the premier that it's against immigration.
It's against immigration. And that's right. Like the actions in Quebec by Eugenie and her group and Hannah Deegan and others who are working at the legal aspects of this are so incredibly important, and they are an exemplar for the rest of the provinces in the country to look at. Quebec being the second highest receiving province for migrant workers, Ontario being the first. And so that regularization bit especially plays into injured migrant workers. Some migrant agricultural workers working in a very dangerous sector like farming are seriously injured here. When they are deported, things get worse. Some workers choose to stay. By staying in Canada, they lose even that work permit status. Now they have no status. They are undocumented. And that's what the push for regularization was. How do we know in Ontario we have so many people with no status, unable to access healthcare and other social supports? We need to ensure regularization to make sure everybody has equal access. This made sense to people who were still considering the pandemic. Collective amnesia in our politics, I'm not sure, or just focus on an election means that no more regularization, leaving many, many undocumented people without any access to care, which ties into some of the broader trends. But that's my 2 cents on yours, and I don't want to monopolize much more, but that's the status kind of issue.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the question. I would like to answer maybe one of the questions that everyone can answer with their own project, but maybe to add something that I didn't mention about the importance of beyond language. When we have done those laboratory talking about the practices, the idea occurred of making a bande dessinée, a cartoon, like a comic book, yeah. Because they were not, they grasped, the idea come from them, and we decided to just go and get other grant and to adapt. I think one of the solution in methodology and to get involved is to adapt and to work for a long time with the same community. I'm working in Montreal, not since my PhD, so it's like 15 years following association, community association. So I think that's the main things that I try to put in my work for getting involved in the perspective of being concerned and active in that reality that is really complex and precarious.
Very nice and insightful presentations. I had one comment about the pandemic, and I think we also can relate to the fact that the pandemic opened a window for many changes and get hope for the opportunity to, in our case, we talk about unifying our fragmented health systems and different issues that we were almost discussing it and making some points, and at the end, well, the pandemic apparently ended, or the crisis ended, and then we stopped talking about all of these cases. So I think I agree with you. We had like a window there that closed. And then I was also wondering about the community
Outreach community.
right,
agent.
because we have something similar situation, a similar situation in Latin America or in Peru, for example, like in Brazil and also in Peru, of a line of people from the community that become instrumentalized for health sector, right? And they're also used in some sense when they're they're crucial in terms of they transfer the knowledge, they know the community, they are the links between them, but they're not recognized, they're not paid unless there is a specific campaign with funding from outside and get some distribution. Most of them are from or come from or have the experience of local traditional health practitioners or local leaders, so they come with that recognition within the community that gives them the power to get these connections. But I wanted to share that there is a movement recently emerging after the pandemic to involve them, to recognize, to get some kind of recognition within the health system, like a minimum pay or some recognition of certificate. We had in the past efforts to train them to some extent, but again, the same discussion about, okay, if you train them, you have to offer a position or create a position within the health system. And I just wanted to share that it resonated a lot with what is happening in Peru as well.
It's a comment in the same line as Ruth said on the community health workers. In Brazil, before we have this formally, we have like people who work in campaigns, vaccination campaign, dengue, to see people's house and look for mosquito focus. But nowadays, public health agents are public servants. They have a career plan. They are part of SUS officially, but they still being like low salaries, poor conditions of work and everything. Because in Brazil, we lived, the public servants are not what they used to be nowadays. The salaries are low and the career are not as good as it was, but at least is a security. They have some security, but they are not considered in the career plan of medical specializations, what should be good. I think in Brazil, if we consider it like the first stage of a health career, it will give them more status, or if they receive some kind of title for what they do or something like that. Just thinking about how we can improve and give more security and better work conditions to community health workers, because they are essential for to keep the communities okay.
I'm going to pose the question from the audience, so I'll just read it. So we have an audience member who is asking how the researchers define the public health crisis while researching during the pandemic. The problematizing of crisis might help us in understanding the decolonization lens. Have the researchers conceived or understood of the crisis at structural, political, and policy levels?
I will leave the last question for my more insightful colleagues. Regarding the work conditions, I just want to make sure, maybe clarify a few things, because I think if we insist on formalization, insist on bringing people into the system, somehow we're not decolonizing. We're not recognizing the different practices. We're not recognizing the informality, the different skill set that are not shaped through I would say, to make it short, colonial education, formal education. So I think there is a great potential in the fact that those jobs required, like, I don't know, some kind of a plasticity, flexibility. So I want to make sure that what I've said is I'm not against that. But it's another game to say, okay, we all have this, but because people will be paid in Canadian dollar or in real or they'll be paid in a colonial setting, and there should not be any trade-off between this potentiality and the fact that we're going to leave them at the end, the bottom of the ladder system. So I just want to, for me, it was important to clarify this because it's not a full rejection of the model. It's really like we have to be aware of the labor economy.
Right. How do we think about and define crisis, if I'm paraphrasing correctly, as researchers doing research during a public health crisis in terms of, and what was the final part of that, in terms of how it impacts policy?
Decolonization lens, and conceiving it in structural, policy, and political levels.
Okay.
Sorry,
Thanks for that.
I'd like to add to this.
Please do. Add another.
This is interesting. So this person, they'll tell me if I'm allowed to say their name. I don't want to if they don't want.
Okay.
But they did their PhD in India from JMU, at least historically radical university, as in social medicine, and are now working in Europe, and say their understanding is that the decolonial lens comes from the point of view of understanding the problem at hand. So saying that they often intellectually differ from colleagues who are problematizing.
Indeed. So I would break that down. I can only speak to my own experiences as the researcher that I am. So I have done research for 10 years with migrant agricultural workers from Jamaica specifically. This is the longest standing sending country. So Jamaican workers have been coming for more than 50 years. And then within those research activities, I prioritize my time to assist injured workers or workers experiencing abuse. That means that most of my interlocutors and worker friends are experiencing a crisis when I'm engaging with them. So, and a public health crisis, certainly, arguably. I would say the difference being during the pandemic, thinking about it from the decolonization perspective, is that the pandemic in Canada, at least, shined a light on some of the issues that most conservative Canadians were not caring about if they knew about it. But it also raised awareness about how food is produced in Canada. Many people did not understand the breadth and depth of our reliance on the temporary foreign worker program. Given the disproportionate rate at which farm workers were put at risk during the pandemic, the horrifying conditions in which they were housed and kept, all under the banner of being essential, while not being paid hero pay as Canadian contemporaries were, speaks to Canada's long-standing system of exploitation. As a researcher working during that time, I can't discount that I too am a human with a family and mental health and physical health that were in my mind and weighing on my thoughts, as well as helping individuals, primarily undocumented individuals, navigate a very difficult and scary time, all the while being prone or vulnerable to deportation. So it was a in my research experience, the pandemic shone a light on things that I knew to be real already and gave a little bit of hope that this would push the dialogue in Canada in certain directions that did not happen. So the crisis for migrant workers is ongoing because the structural aspects of their conditions of employment have not been changed.
Mm.
It's just moving pieces around, playing what a colleague of mine has called jurisdictional football. That's not our responsibility. You should talk to the provinces. Wait, what municipality is that in? And this played out incredibly during the pandemic when municipalities were tasked with helping local farmers, employers, provide safe conditions. Instead of a government coming in and saying, we've deemed these workers essential. They're heroes to our food system. They're feeding Canadians during a pandemic, doing a job that even when we asked Canadians to do it for 3 times as much money, they did not do it. So the colonial elements of that, I think, are pretty clear in Canada's longstanding history and our continued reliance on racialized workers from the global south and the desire to not include those workers in Canadian society more broadly. Did I answer the question? Yes. Oh, wow. Great.
Well, I think I will not go with the big question. I will more answer to the 2 comments of Peru and Brazil about the relation they saw with Agente de Saúde. The difference that I really want to feel better at the end of that project that I'm finishing with others, it's that instead of being just in the health practices as do you have a vaccine? Do you know the information about the vaccine on maybe those based the little I know about those practices, because those agents is more into the social work. They are facing social isolation in individualism in a North society. Well, I'm pretty sure you have that also in a different way, but they are facing really, really hard time to rebuild kind of solidarity that were created by the crisis. And maybe I will answer the other really intimidating, nice and profound question that I will keep on answering for the rest of my life, I think, about the crisis. That is an opportunity for Quebec and Montreal, because to politicize the question of resisting to have public and community services that can address the right to be healthy for everyone. And that part, I think crisis can have the potentiality to decolonize, because it have the potentiality to sensibilize and create new form of solidarity. So that's maybe the little light into the crisis that we will face through tomorrow. But I think that's what we perceive in Montreal. And the problem now is how to keep on going with that intensity that pandemic give, and what we saw is instrumentalization and all the precarization that Yannick talked about.
Where are we on time?
We have 13 minutes.
10 more minutes.
13 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, there's so much happening, and I'm curious. So maybe not everyone is curious. And I feel like the value of hearing the deep work people have done to understand all the different colonial systems we are part of, how they are contributing to even our understanding and conceptualization of crisis, the kind of ways in which unique practices, or maybe they were not unique, but they became more visible, the inequalities. And I'm still trying to figure out the decolonial piece, right? So that as an intellectual project, understanding our system, that's kind of an inheritance of like the critical theory, European logic that I've internalized. Okay, that's important. The delinking part feels like it is harder.
Mm-hmm.
The refusal and the courage it might take to grow things that are not serving the capitalist system, which is likely a risk for us because we're producing knowledge for a capitalist system. We get paid to do that. And we might feel that we are inviting risk if we are encouraging solidarity that might not allow someone to have a wage, right? So I realize I don't want to romanticize it, but I still want to figure out, like, and I want to know, what did you maybe do that or see or maybe witness as types of refusal that maybe were inspiring, even if they were ephemeral. So trying not to apply the capitalist logic to say why it's valuable. I don't know, is that too much? I don't know, like I feel like the decolonial part is gonna be hard, but I feel like there's so much here. If there's a way we can maybe teach each other how to see it and grow it. Maybe like the simplest thing I was thinking is, because I'm working with a community agency right now, and they've done incredible mutual aid, solidarity work, direct service, advocacy, systems navigation, trying to get policy to change. And then now as they've gotten more successful in getting nonprofit contracts, I was saying this, like the work is now bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And they're like dying, you know, like I see them and they're doing more work. I don't know if their work is doing what they actually were doing maybe better before they had. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to say it to them because now they have like more money to like pay their bills. So I don't want to take away that the cost of not having real dollars in a capitalist world where you need housing and food and, you know. So can you guys tell us, what did you see? Like, how can we learn? Is that like the methods that you were saying, different kinds of knowledges, different types of practices, maybe different modalities, creating comic books. Okay, I don't remember who's at the comic books now. Looking in the wrong direction. Comic books. And maybe the things that won't fit into the capitalist system. Is that too much to ask? I would love, yes, please.
I think our problem is to look for a solution that will last. It won't last. As soon as you figure out a way to break the capitalist, it will be co-opted and reincorporated into capitalism. So I believe in critical hope, thinking from the Freudian perspective that it is multiple small solutions that are constantly being re-co-opted, right? And repurposed and losing their power. So I think that's why resistance is a fundamental concept, because you have to be resilient and resistant, because it's constantly creating and then seeing it go away and repurposed for capitalistic uses. So I don't see decolonization as one or a series of solutions. It is creativity towards constantly challenging. That's my reading.
I cannot help it as a political scientist, because it's about the state, it's about society, it's about political theory, how do we engage as citizens and all of that. And I think at the core is how can we reimagine institutions, including and particularly the state, and how we relate to them. Because ultimately it's also about who is accountable. Because the problem with community work, which I love and I've been part of and all of that, is that it also lets the state off the hook, right? You are responsible. We all pay taxes. We're part of this system. And it's true, if we live in a capitalist global system, it's not so easy to escape. Because on the one hand, we have the economic system and then the political system. But the important thing is to understand how they work together. They are not separate, right? And that's why I insist, I'm not a political scientist. It's not a science, first of all.
Wow, that's a big commitment.
It's not just about politics. It's also about economics. It's also about sociology. It's also about health. It's also about everything else. But if we think in these compartmentalized ways, we're not going to find solutions, right? But I agree, it's more about local solutions. Just because, as I said before, I've spent quite a bit of during the pandemic in Italy. Even though people tend to see Italy as unstable politically because it's messy, it works because a lot of power is exercised at the local level. If you have a good mayor, you can trust a bit more that health system in that community. That's not to say that it should all go down to the local level, but it's important to engage at that level as well, right? So I don't think there's a solution as such to that very complex question that they posed, but you're finding at least some answers at the local level, right? Can some of them be reproduced in other contexts? I'm not sure, because then we will fall back into the colonial universalizing mind that we need to find a solution and we'll apply that to all contexts. Just
Very quickly, I'd just like to speak to some of the issues presented by the capitalist system in the service of migrant workers during the pandemic, which was a huge issue that emerged during the pandemic. So for many decades preceding the pandemic, migrant worker community groups and support groups were, having direct actions, political actions, staging rallies and all sorts of things, holding policymakers and others to account for the structural vulnerabilities, health risks, and human rights violations that have been demonstrated through the temporary foreign worker program. A few things we've learned through the pandemic as academics are true. The government wants evidence-based research to substantiate anything that a community group sees on the ground every single day. It's not real to the government until academics have put themselves in between, got a shirt grant, organized some good research questions, and mobilized what we're here for today. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of time, and it's something that community groups serving workers can't do. So it falls to researchers to do that, ideally under the auspices of, our requirements and our motivations to lead towards social transformation. But the government wants this to be published, wants more than one article, wants it to be evidence-based, wants to show how you proved yourself to be the person. All the while, the groups on the ground who have the greatest knowledge, the depth of knowledge, the history, and all of the relationships are seen as non-actors until the pandemic, when the government didn't want to take on the burden of caring for this huge population, and instead said, well, wait, we've heard that there's all these groups on the ground. They've been sending us emails and staging rallies. We'll just make a whole bunch of money available to them. They know what they're doing. We'll give it to them. And it sounded good for 1 second until you realize the limitations that came along with taking that money. So as somebody that's volunteered in different groups for a long time, burnout is real. We know that volunteer-driven supports are not sustainable. People are people. We have lives, and but then you add in the salary, as we've heard from some of the other, you add in the payment. And in some cases that can change the dynamic. But to my panelist's point, when you have that relationship with the community and you have that long-standing commitment, oftentimes your friends want to see you do well. They're happy for you to now have a paid position so you can continue to dedicate your life to this important work. That prevents burnout of volunteers. So there's definitely a benefit there. But when we saw here in Canada was the federal level government said, we see there's a problem. We're hearing you now. Finally, we're hearing you. Here's some money to do the work you're doing. It's just, you can't provide emergency housing to workers who are being abused. That doesn't fall within the purview of this. And, make sure you market our mechanisms as the best ways to escape. So we saw people who were otherwise very effective at providing support, having those practices curtailed, leading to other groups with longer standing commitments to migrant workers to reject this federal funding altogether in favor of an organized volunteer-based system. So it's, I guess, contextually specific about which of those two or a combination of those two things are required for policy change. And also in the case of the Canadian context in the Ontario team, it's about the different levels of government just because of that fractured policy landscape.
I'm just going to add one comment here, and then we will break for lunch. And in fact, you need to run upstairs because our chefs and workers are holding lunch late for us just because our conversation is going. The one point I want to raise, and from the incredible discussions we've had this morning, is the crucial importance of thinking historically. So sometimes our struggles are very much of the moment, and we get despondent about the capitalist extractive global order, or about, speaking of having a good local mayor in Italy, we have a good local mayor in Toronto who has zero power against the immobilier, the real estate industry, right? That holds all of the purse strings, right? So if we think, and the ways in which you're documenting, if we think of ourselves as historical actors who are also learning intergenerationally, as I mentioned this morning, in both directions, from the younger, from the older, from the previous, I think it's something that gives us energy to keep struggles on. So that's where of course, there's co-optation, and co-optation is actually a form of success. Right. So then it's counter co-optation, right? So this constant struggle in that sense. So let's keep the conversation going upstairs. I think all of you have your little tickets to go up. Please run up. It's open till 1:30. Please eat a lot because we only have a reception tonight. Eat healthily and bring down a coffee. Yeah, it's not mutually exclusive. Thank you.
The book Community Health, published in 2022, which she published together with her colleagues at the Department of Community Health, Bochum, develops an inaugural German perspective on community health. Welcome to Stephen.
Yeah, warm welcome also from my side. So nice to see all of you whom I sometimes only knew through Zoom, Steph and everybody else. Nice to be here. And yeah, thank you for the organizers. This is really my favorite project of all the projects I have been taking part of in the last 10 years, 15, 20 years. So that's a pleasure to be here. And though I'm a bit jet lagged, I try to present a good talk now. And I will start my talk with a vignette from Hustadt, which is the field site. So this vignette is from the neighborhood we're working, where the city lab is established. It's a made marginalized neighborhood with almost 100% migrant population. And I attended a meeting with a social worker and woman from the neighborhood. And the social worker was actually trying to convince the women to get engaged in voluntary work. And she tried to do so by telling them about her own voluntary engagement with refugees, paid one. And then she asked the woman to tell about their engagement, and the room remained silent. So I was asking them to tell me a bit more about how they are taking care of the people living in the neighborhood. And then Elham, whom you see here, she's also called Hotel Elham in the neighborhood because she's taking care of so many people. She told us about the long summer of migration in 2015, when she was taking families to her home, one family for 6 months, and then another family for 2 months, providing them with food, counseling, medical services, going with them to the doctors. And for those who couldn't, and she was living with her husband in a 2-room flat. Yeah, so she was taking these families who had come from Syria, and those whom they couldn't take into the apartment, they were nevertheless being taken care of. They would come on the weekend and being cooked food for. So she was saying that this was very hard. It was work also for them, but it's part of their culture, and obviously it's part of what has to be done in the neighborhood. While I'm telling you this is because none of the women, and there are many, many stories of such kind of informal engagement, are aware that this is engagement, what they were doing. And interestingly enough, the majority, the white German dominant society, is not seeing this engagement. It remains unseen. And I would argue that community research is a very important method or strategy to make this engagement be seen, and also make it a resource for health justice. That's what my talk is about. So the range of such caring practices performed in Elham's neighborhood is long, and a natural part of the community practices implemented there beyond the nuclear family. And community, as I told you, helped me to see this kind of engagement and to see that these communities are actually caring communities, right? So they fill the gaps of our health system and welfare state, for example, as interpreters when visiting doctors or dealing with authorities, and as those who give emotional support. In the health sciences and German health promotion, caring communities have so far received very little attention. So the communities we are working with in the Bochum lab are made marginalized, and as a result of neoliberal restructuring processes with capitalism eating itself further and further into the society, they are very much hit by the care crisis, taking shape in the form of the inadequate healthcare, high level of stress and exploitation, and caregivers at work and at home, and a general exhaustion of informal resources for the social reproduction of individual and society. There's batteries.
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
So in our study area, women shoulder the brunt of care work, sometimes working part-time as cleaners while men on top of care work, while men are hardly ever seen working full-time as wage laborers in Amazon and parcel services and or other jobs, often in these jobs, often violating human rights. I mean, it is the same what we have been hearing all along in the morning. So this is actually what is called a highly racialized care crisis, intensifying its effect on the health of the most vulnerable people, especially migrants who are simultaneously deeply entwined in racist or exploitative working conditions. So capitalism, as it has been shaped by racism, benefited from these groups, again, as we have seen, at different stages of its development, by strategically exploiting the most marginalized and most defenseless in terms of legal status and a culture of no resistance. Denise, we have been talking about gratitude culture. We call it a culture of no resistance, and because of their unfamiliarity with the system. Health policy is actually, in the post-pandemic context, slowly beginning to notice that the community resources I was telling you in the beginning, Elham and so on, this caring community, could be used for improving community health. Again, as we've seen before lunch, and slowly are thinking of working with communities in order to improve healthcare structures, especially in poverty-stricken communities. However, I argue that we need to take care and be aware not to be instrumentalized in terms of using those resources unpaid and to support a capitalist system, and in order not to implement what is called community capitalism, a concept that draws to neoliberalism as a source of the care crisis and its emphasis on caring communities as a failed attempt to close the gaps in a failing welfare state at the cost of the made marginalized. So the situation is not simple. Hopefully we'll discuss after my talk whether there are solutions beyond community capitalism. But, and finally, and most importantly, in the end, I also want to tell you what all this has to do with ginger. Yeah, so you will see. But let me first introduce to you the idea of the City Lab, the principles we work with, and then give you some examples of that are meant to demonstrate to you the relevance of community research for health justice. Yeah, so we have these city labs are being established in Germany quite recently. The first one in Bochum 2019, then Hamburg 2022, and there's a city lab in Münster in the making. And in city labs, we work against hierarchies of knowledge. We are trying to work on eye level, and despite the power relations which we are facing as professors with people made marginalized and PhD students or students, MA students, we are having this attitude which is trying to at least have an attitude which is anti-hierarchical on eye level. So at the same time, we are having a post-migrant, post-decolonial approach. That means we acknowledge that our society is a migrant society. We do not question the fact that migration is part of our society, but we are trying to promote a radical restructuring of our society in order to create equal access to all kinds of resources. Our city labs are built on relationships, so there is friendship and confidence is an essential part of city labs, which are long-term infrastructures of research. So they are open-ended, yeah? For instance, the research, our city lab is established in 2016 and is open-ended. And we also, another essential part of our lab is education, because knowledge transfer is a base to community empowerment and is also a base to community research and intervention-coupled community research. Because we do not do research for its own sake, but we always connect research with interventions in order to improve health inequalities and social inequalities, or at least to reduce them. part of that is also the promotion of solidarity and democracy, and the creation of awareness about structures of inequality, which goes again together with knowledge transmission. So this is the triad we are working with as universities, together with the neighborhood and practitioners on eye level, and with the idea or the value that none of these knowledges are superior or inferior to one another, and that we have the aim of reducing inequality and social injustice. And this is just a little insight into our field site. We have expanded now before. This is the Bochum City Lab, now the oldest one. We have expanded our field site to the Uni Center. We started down there in the Hustad. And the Hustad and Uni Center are similar neighborhoods. They are just in proximity, 5 minutes walking distance. They are the youngest districts of Bochum. It's all around 5,000 residents living there with the highest inequality index, health inequality index, almost 100% migrants, half of them unemployed or engaged in informal jobs, and living in stressful working and living conditions. So one central value of the city labs is the utopia of radical diversity. So we are trying to make radical diversity a mainstream of society, but in a sense of an utopia. So to transform white-dominated public political spaces, institutions, and cultural practices and discourses into spaces of radical diversity. And now comes the ginger. So, because the idea is that community research is actually like the tuber, the ginger tuber, but from there, in a Deleuzian and Guattarian sense, we have all these sprouts coming out through these spaces we create between these three groups: community, university, and practice. And as long as I have time now, I will start telling you about, giving you some examples of those sprouts. So one is the research itself being mobilization, and being mobilization of our organic intellectuals, which we have been trained and which have received knowledge and who shared with us their knowledge and created new knowledge together. And they are becoming organic intellectuals in a Gramscian sense, that they develop their own common sense and spread it to the other people in the area. And while they do research with them, they mobilize them for political action. For instance, here with our resident initiative, multilingual residence initiative, first ever held in the area about the very unhealthy, inhumane living conditions there. And from the residents' initiative, they started the protest. None of them had ever been protested before, but empowerment, knowledge transfer, and this mobilization created strength and encouragement in them. They protested, and after a year, somehow residents wouldn't come for political action and events, so they decided to make this video against inhuman housing conditions, which will go viral in a week after this. And one of the most important strategies, I would argue, which I've also seen in the other projects, are the so-called town hall meetings, which is a strategy we have been implementing with SMAPL, which we have also been using in other projects. So community researchers present their results to politicians, to interest groups, and from those presentations and those meetings, usually policy-making groups emerge who actually make a change in the issues that they were being doing research on. Very important tool, especially after our discussions turned into a kind of a pessimistic tone before lunch. I would argue there is hope. Do policy cafes, improve policy making, and vaccination campaign. From what we found out with the SMAPL team, as the government was actually absent in the pandemic. They were absent in terms of informations, but they were very present in terms of securitization and punishments. Laura has written a wonderful MA thesis and did research with the community researchers here, where this was one of the central results. And but in the face of an absent government, of course, community researchers have been doing vaccination campaigns, just like the agriculture workers, and sensitization. And the happy end of all this is that they have recently founded a multi-professional community health centers. The community themselves, together with leftist students and activists, and the community themselves are in the committee, the steering committee of this association. And after years of trying to convince the city of Bochum that communities are important, that community research is relevant, they finally acknowledged it and have just asked a letter of intent from this group for a big project with the aim to establish neighborhood-based community health centers. So this is a structural change, a transformation. You know? Oh, and in this, I have to tell you this quickly, because of course, inspired by SMAPL, we have also been teaching about Freire, and we have been teaching about the principles of dialogue of Freire, and the community researchers liked it very much. And we attended a conference, and Eric Swingedo, maybe some of you know him, very famous geographer from London. He was arguing in his presentation that there is no hope. It was in planetary health that the Earth comes to an end, and the political theory has no effect on the world, on the reality, and so on. And guess what our community researchers did? You know, they went up, you see them here. This is Eric Swingedo, this is our organic intellectual. And she was arguing, oh no, I have my glasses. Anyway, yes, you can read it, please.
I see it differently, and I argue with Paulo Freire. There is still hope, and without hope in the community, there can be no transformation.
So she believes in it, and she also argues with what we've been arguing in the morning. The local matters, and we need to continue fighting on the local level, even if the system around is quite hopeless and desperate. So I give you my conclusion, or we just discuss, I don't know. Yeah, the conclusion basically is, as you can guess, study labs play an important role in empowering communities and being a trigger for transformation, especially if paired with policy making. But of course, my problem here is, and that's what I would like to discuss with you, we are still operating within the capitalist system in a way. And especially what is a bit dangerous these days is that the city now has seen the tremendous potential of communities and wants to instrumentalize it, co-opt it, to find very cheap solutions. So this is where we have to still think a bit further, and I'm very curious about your answers to this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christiane. Our next speaker is Christiane Pereira. She's a PhD candidate in international relations at the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil, where she also completed her master's degree. Her main research interests are racial and gender inequalities in health emergencies, international diffusion of public policies, and international cooperation within the health, economic, industrial complex. She's a researcher at the Center for Research in Health Law at the University of Sao Paulo and has participated in several consulting projects for the nonprofit sector. Welcome.
So guys, I will start my timer here. So as they just said, I'm a PhD student. I've been studying epidemics since I was in my undergrad students. First with Zika epidemic, then COVID-19. I was on the gender issues. But I want to share another thing about me. I lived all my life in periphery communities too. So there is one thing that I always think when studying communities, that is, there are political reasons for us living the way we lived or we live. And that's one thing that I want to share with you about my research. I'm really concerned about what are the structures and political reasons that keep communities in the way they live, and etc. As I said, during my master's degree, I studied gender issues during the pandemic in Brazil, and I was interested in knowing how the policies that were being adopted at that time would affect women. And by that time, I was really concerned about how vaccines got so much time to reach these communities and people. And now we'd like to discuss with you about how global inequalities in the distributions of medical and pharmaceutical products were treated as a moral issue by WHO, for example. Like it's a moral failure or something like global north or rich countries should be more solidarity or something like that towards. I'm sorry, it's not changing there. I was just saying that I've been studying epidemics since Zika epidemic in Brazil, and I was on gender and racial issues, but I started thinking a thing that my father told me. He's a very controversial person in my life, but he told me that we should always think about the political reasons for the way we live. And that's exactly that started really getting into me because I was always studying how people were suffering, but I wanted to understand what exactly the reasons that they were using to deny resources to these people, and usually are the economic issue, their economic talk, like it's too technical. You would never understand why that happened. But I want to express that it's not that technical. It has something related to International Division of Labor, for example. And by that, I will start talking about the pandemic, how global inequalities in the, sometimes I speak too fast, sorry. Global inequalities in the distributions of medical and pharmaceutical products started during the pandemic. First, some people, some international authorities treated it as a moral issue, like a moral catastrophe. And it's quite common in the WHO and recommendations telling how rich countries should be more solidary to for the development countries because it's a matter of solidarity with human beings. But I would like to express how it has its economical reasons and how it affects people. And here is a thing that we have discussed a lot here, how vaccines arrive quite later in developing and poor countries. And this is just a graph showing this. So we were discussing this morning, so what is Brazilian government doing? What have they learned with the pandemic? And now we have a left-twist government that is, we all agree it's better than it was before, considering how Bolsonaro was a Leonist and everything. And now they have, I can't say how they are doing everything because it's a lot of stuff, but they are really concerned about the idea of we getting medicines and that was translated in my last presentation. I'm so sorry. I guess I sent the Portuguese version, but it is right. Yeah, it's both because I was translating really slowly, but the thing is, this is a scheme that some of the Brazilian authorities are using to say that industry and the services in Brazil are all connected in a way that to attend every people needs. We should kind of fostering industrial pharmaceutical industry in the global south in a way to people get what we need without depending on international solidarity. And they are saying that it's possible to do that, also attending communities needs, and also being well, having a lot of community participation. And we are not sure how, but we will discuss that in the after. So there is this proposal that is a proposal related to Fiocruz, that is a huge institution in Brazil in terms of health. They created this concept of health industrial complex in a way that we would be investing in pharmaceuticals and this kind of stuff to create jobs and also to attend the health system needs. And they talk about it since 2006, but now this discussion is now on the table again just because of the pandemic. So how to foster this global, this industrial complex having community participation? Usually, WHO and PAL will say something like we should engage local leaders in meetings, agreements, and campaigns. Also, we should consider traditional medicinal practice, be careful about social determinants, and respect local economic activities or even economic and social recovery initiatives. And these institutions were talking about that during the pandemic. Communication of risk and care instructions, and concerning specifically the distributions of medicines and this kind of stuff, we should ensure access to remote healthcare in addition to phone lines or addressing health emergencies or domestic violence. We should provide information about health services and locations for obtaining health supplies, train community members, involve the community surveillance and support initiatives. We should ensure the safety of healthcare professionals who live in crowded communities and huge in the global south, and also include NGOs and residents in the management, because usually in these kind of discussions, it's restricted to institutions. Am I being clear? Okay. So what are the challenges to effective participation of Brazilian communities in policies? Because everyone was saying you should do that, but why it didn't happen? And there are two issues here. It's kind of political will, it's kind of capacity. Why community? Why political will? Bolsonaro is a was a far right president, and he had a lot of ideas about how the COVID-19 was not an issue. But I firmly believe he was only possible because neoliberalism was already an issue in Brazil. For a while, a lot of authorities were saying that we should not spend that much in communities or health or education because we have to keep the budget in line. So for a while, Vienna was discussing that since the Zika epidemic, we need to be really careful with our budget and our savings, and that will be the reason for increasing the quality of the economy, and always saying these things like the economy should not stop. And it can always be done no matter what the health and issues that would create. So Bolsonaro for sure has his responsibility, but he was possible because that kind of discourse already exists. And by that, there is a thing that is really serious in global South communities that is, I call necropolitics, that is a concept from Achilles Bembe, but it's basically how there are some groups in the global South that we can let die in the name of economy. So Black communities, indigenous communities, or even poor people and women usually are these kind of groups and people that it's okay if they die because it's part of the game. And it's okay if we are doing that, sacrificing them for keeping the economy going. And I love this comic because it's very instructive about how the work is essential, because at that time, usually the essential workers that work in supermarkets and work in ambulances and work in distributing food were usually people of Black communities and poor communities in the periphery. And we used to call them the essential workers, and this comic usually says that they work were essential, but their life not. So it's basically, and that's a cultural issue in Brazil, because I really like the Black studies in Brazil, and we really discuss how there is this colonial culture that never left, that people's lives are disposable. And it's easy or easier for Bolsonaro be who he was, considering that this kind of thought about these lives already exists. And by that, we have some consequences of that. Like indigenous people were 5 times more likely to die during the pandemic, and Black people were like twice as likely to die compared to White people. And quilombola communities, the traditional Black communities in Brazil, were like 4 times more likely to die. And that's strange too, because some researchers were talking about that, how these people were more in danger at that time, but the government like tried to hide this kind of number. And there were some kind of community resistance. In Paraisópolis, for example, G10, that is one of the main institutions and organizations there, they kind of collected money from other sources to mobilize ambulances, community beds, and volunteers to respond at first for when there were any kind of health emergencies. They created a network of producers of masks. At that time, they were using fabric because it was not so sure what kind of material would be better to protect people. And they created some kind of initiatives with NGOs to respond to emergencies and through online, this kind of stuff. So there were some kinds of initiatives, but there is a thing that some products like vaccines, medicines requires a lot of money to deliver in some spaces, and we may say that usually the state has this kind of resources, it's not really communities, and with time, these resources were getting low. So they had the need to go to resort to partnerships to distribute essential items, including medicines as donations and this kind of stuff. But after some time, these donations started to get low, to diminish. So it was difficult to maintain initiatives like getting ambulances or people volunteering to attend emergencies were diminishing because they didn't have enough research to keep going with that. So another issue was difficult to access personal hygiene items and medicines, especially for volunteers and residents. And I think that I'm talking, it was structured by interviews that Pamela did, I should mention that, and with some professionals inside the community. So volunteers pointed out a lack of alcohol and hand sanitizer. Residents were feeling really unprotected as volunteers and when working in the community, and they had less access to Farmácia Popular, that is a program to access medicines. And we had some inefficient communication about available health service at the time. There is a really interesting issue in Brazil that we have all kinds of health services, like for emergencies or for long-term care, but usually people don't really know where to go. And health professionals usually really complain about that because sometimes they get in problems that they were not prepared to be. But there is another issue that usually people go when they feel safe. So people go to places that is not really about emergencies because they feel safe there. So another huge issue was difficult to assess data. That's an issue that sometimes people think that is not that important, but even for requesting for policies, they need to have some numbers or some stuff to express how they are in need. And at that time, the government was doing everything for people not getting information, and they created their own ways to produce this information. I have just a few time, but so I will go fast into all these issues, but another thing that they pointed out is how there is an approach that is very doctor-centered, in a way that other professionals has community health care or nurses, they were feeling like they are not important in the pandemic. And the health workforce management, some people feel like they were not being trained enough and they didn't know how to deal with the pandemic as people being managing this response. So the thing is, and that's the last issue I would like to think. Nowadays, the Brazilian government are saying that we should face this lack of medicines, lack of access to professionalization of health, and lack of everything by developing a new sector, a pharmaceutical sector. But I would like to ask if we are really seeking development or facing parallelism in terms of why vaccines take so long to reach the global south and why they take so long. We have to face so many challenges to get access to medicines and this kind of stuff when they reach other parts of the world far before. And here I will show the distribution of two assets to one of the main resources to produce vaccines that is mostly in China and India, and it's a little another issue getting vaccines at that time, and how the pharmaceuticals really were making a lot of money at that time in terms of vaccines we are getting trouble to distribute vaccines where someone was really profiting at that. I'm just finishing, and this is the health industrial complex that the government is trying to produce now, and it has this idea that we should go on soft cooperation to get a solution to this kind of stuff like we know the International Division of Labor put us in a position that we have to keep getting our stuff and importing things from global north. So we should improve our capacity to do this kind of to distribute vaccines and medicines and this kind of stuff and to train our professionals. But and this is how they are doing that. They are planning to do that by involving government, civil society, and other government-related institutions, and everything very interesting. They are trying to do something that is a huge promise, like involving civil society and government and private interests in doing a different kind of industrialization in Brazil, but we get really concerned with some issues. For example, would be this Brazilian policy be more subject to state capture from private interests, for example? Because even if you're saying that you're putting everyone in the same room to reach the same objective, we already know that private interests and civil society don't have the same amount of power in terms of how a policy should be done, and how sometimes this proposal seems a bit too much technocratic in a way that is too much focused on technologies and too little on how communities will be involved in this new practice of responding to pandemics. And how the climate change answers on that. Brazil have been facing really issues with floods and this kind of stuff, and they are saying that this new policy is concerned with thinking about sustainable ways to increase Brazilian capacity to face epidemics, but at the same time, they are really engaged in industrial policy, and we are not so sure how both things are interrelated. And finishing, I would just would like to bring a Brazilian researcher that think about community participation. And the most important thing that I think he says is participation is not only about getting everyone in the room, but also thinking how this participation will in fact change people's lives or the conditions they have to assess what they need to live good lives. So more than just putting people out there, we should be thinking how these policies are in reality changing the material ways of living. And that's it. I hope it was understandable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for two very thought-provoking talks. I'd like to invite our three animatrices up to the front. So we have Professor Zuba Wai, who's an associate professor of political science and global development studies at the University of Toronto, Scarborough. His research focuses on how the intersections of power and coloniality frame the discourses and political economy of knowledge, violence, conflict, development, and state formation in Africa and the global south more broadly. We have also Rosana Rocha Reis, who's professor in the Department of Political Science at the Institute of International Relations at the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. She works mainly on political theory, human rights, international migration, national identity, and center-periphery relations. And we also have the pleasure of having Professor Roberta Timothy, who's assistant professor at the Dalalana School of Public Health at the University of Toronto. She's the creator of the first Master of Public Health in the field of Black health. And her research and critical pedagogy addresses key areas of concern in anti-colonial, anti-oppression, and community responsive health promotion, policy, and practice. She's the PI of the Black Health Matters Lab. And her current research project is entitled Black Health Matters, National and Transnational COVID-19 Impact, Resistance, and Intervention Strategies. So I'll leave the floor to all three of you to share to get dialogue and discussion going. I'm sure there won't be any shortage.
We have a time limit.
Yes. 2 minutes.
Because you don't give a teacher a microphone.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you all, and thanks, Anne Emmanuel, for inviting this participation. Okay, let's just get to it. So the first thing that stood out for me, really, it's the contrast between the experiences in Germany and the experiences in Brazil. And that it's not, I think it's a structural issue in terms of the global divide between North and South, the availability of resources and the lack of resources, and the way in which it is mobilized. So that for me is something we need to look at that tension. But when it comes to COVID-19, the global South was not the epicenter of COVID-19. It was actually in Europe and the Western world. So, and some of the policies that were implemented in the North could not hold in the South. But the issue that stood for me in the second presentation is really this issue of necropolitics. And there is an anecdote of two French doctors, but there were lots of conversations actually, but there were two French doctors who were discussing the development of vaccine, but also in observing the pathology of COVID-19. And they were saying very openly, I don't like throwing the word racist easily because it's too convenient for people, but it was very clear. They are saying, let's go to Africa and test. And Africa was the least affected. This time we were actually, right. Africa was the least affected, but the mental landscape of these people could not imagine anything else. People were dying in Italy. They couldn't test the vaccine in Italy. They were like, let's go to Africa. And so the necropolitical nature of the way in which the divide that I'm talking about in terms of North and South get mapped onto this racist devaluation of life in the South is something that also, as you were doing the presentation, I couldn't help but think of. And one final thing in terms of community. I actually think that community research
or community practices are kind of oppositional to state policies. And because there is a slippery slope. The point here is that, and when I say there is inbuilt resistance in the community, it's not resistance in terms of this formalized political or activity of politics with political intention, or oppositional politics with political intention. I'm actually talking about the impossibility of the community being co-opted into the state. And the moment that happens, like in the Brazilian case, then it is no longer a community. And this is why we also have to be careful in terms of, because neoliberalism actually targets those communities. So practices that are developed in kind of the research that Professor was talking about also exist in the realm of the possibility of co-option. If it is co-opted, then it is no longer of the community. No matter how you want to call it, it's no longer of the community. It could only be of the community if it resists the co-option and the practice of the state. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's a privilege to be here with you today. And also, it's very difficult to talk about those two very bright presentations, but I would like to just make a brief comment about the importance of time in our research agenda, right? As researchers, activists, human beings, responsible human beings, we are all very anxious about getting the results and get the things done, especially if we are talking about a global health emergency. It's understandable that we are anxious. But at the same time, if we are discussing the relationship of social mobilization and of our own researchers with structural inequality, capitalism, welfare state, we should be aware that we won't have an answer in the 2 or 3 years that we have the money from the foundations to do our research. And I'd like to point to some maybe positive aspects of our research that we were discussing earlier. One of them is that from the point of view of the oppressed, to use the category of Freires, this kind of social mobilization and this kind of participative research may be very empowering. Not only in terms of the results, the immediate results in terms of public health, but in terms of how people feel a feeling of being taking care of their own lives. In some social process like refugees, for instance, that we are treated, the refugees, like social problems or a political issue, and the responsibles for the arriving of the far right to power. It's very important for them to have the idea that they are the subjects of their own history. And in that sense, I think that social mobilization and participative research, even if they don't get the immediate results that we are looking for, they're very important for people. And in another sense, who dialogues with Christian research and with a lot of the debates that we are having here today, I think that the acknowledging that these people have political power, they are political subjects, and that the knowledge they possess is valuable, and we should learn, and we can learn for that. That might change the cultural structures that shape our perceptions and our feelings about the issues that involve racism and migration and so on. And I think that's the final goal of what decolonization means, to change the ways that people thinks about the world and think about social problems and social issues. And by changing this, we can have maybe different proposals, different institutions, and so on. So that's it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your presentations. To me, the first thing that I think about is the social and historical context in which these presentations are taking place. So in terms of racial capitalism, or what I like to say, racism and capitalism, because they equal each other, there's a historical context, right, in which people have to migrate, or people are dealing with the inequities in our society. In the German example, even in terms of the neighborhoods that you're working with, what is the experience of colonization? Because it's different for each group and different racialized place, or I would say purposely marginalized person. So as we see in Brazil also, there's a particular different social historical context of African enslavement that results in pandemics that actually existed before COVID-19, the pandemic of anti-Black racism, pandemic of forced migration, the pandemic of sexism, misogyny, many other ones. So I think in terms of looking at the decolonization process or aspect, we also have to look at who has power, who has money, and who has resources. And as community-based researchers, even within this room, who has access to the data? The data sovereignty, the resources that are given, who has access, who doesn't? And when we do community research, how do we decolonize our own selves first? That's really important. When I'm listening to the amazing pieces of research, what happens to this data? Who has ownership of it, and who has access to creating capitalism to actually create what I would say generational wealth for folks who don't have money? I come from a very working class, poor place. My mom migrated here as a domestic worker. Yes, like you see me with a PhD, and you see me with all of these pieces, but the real racial capitalist oppression that I experience on a daily basis doesn't make me equal to my colleagues who come from different locations and also do community-based work. My involvement in the community is not a choice. It's a must, because it's life and death for my communities. So in the work that we're doing here, when we're doing this kind of global conversations about pandemics, how do we actually not only share resources, but share resources, number one, and also continue to decolonize our own practices. What does decolonization mean to people? We use this word so often. What does it mean in a colonial context? It's not post-colonial for folks like Black folks and Indigenous folks. It's actual continued colonization. How does your research make difference for our communities? That's something I just wanted to share. Thank you.
So do we go now?
Why don't we start with questions out of the audience, if there's any additional stuff? Or you, Janet, if you're ready to respond to some of these challenging suggestions.
Can I play another question after? How does your social location impact the way you do community-based research? How, based on who you are, your social location, who you are, intersectional factors, age, race, gender, sexual orientation, etc., impact how you do this research?
Please come to the mic so that.
Yeah, I think we should sit down.
I want to be the village. I want to be a part of the village.
Yes, go together. Come on. Go together. Yes.
I beginning by the end, I think that's a huge issue in my life, I guess, because most of the time, the place that I came from actually made me think if I really want to be a researcher most of the time, because I think there is these forces that in the academic environment that are really difficult to face in a way that erase our oranges, in a way that make us feel like outsiders most of the time. And I think the things that really helped me to rethink how to do research and how to approach people's lives is getting support from my ancestors in a way that what they have done in terms of discussing how to deal with the problems we are facing now. In a way that I want to express in my presentation, I'm not so sure if I was able to do, is telling that sure, we have people that are responsible for what we have faced during the pandemic, but there are some structural issues that were in place too, especially how our society is still heavily divided in terms of race and gender. And it allows these people that were there to do what they have done. And when I have to approach people from communities in any way, I want to be, and that follow phase is really helpful. I want to be to make clear that I'm not there to help anyway, that I feel like we are part of the same great community, and that I think we are helping each other to to seek for liberation. And there is this one thing that I really love in Paulo Freire, that people are their own liberation actions. No researcher or anyone will do that for them, and they are creative enough to do that. And it requires reflecting about how action and discourse should be together. Because another thing about academia is that there are a lot of discourse, but we have to really be really careful in reflecting in our everyday life if what we are doing is really connected with what we're saying. And that's not a small issue, actually. So I think that these are the things that have been helping me to do that. Actually, during the pandemics was the worst time to be a researcher, because I was really discussing about WHO things, or how they think that we should be doing. But I used to think these people are nothing like me. And I was like, my life is hard enough for me having to keep hearing these people that pretend be talking about me and people like me, but I'm not so sure if I feel they are truthful. I don't know. This is the thing about that I'm trying to say. To be a researcher about communities, you should be honest about your own position in life and position in academic and position in society, and be careful to keep your actions and your discourse interconnected. And that's it.
Agree on everything you said, but of course I'm speaking from the position of a white privileged person, and it's difficult for me to respond to your statements, because yeah, we are so differently positioned that of course we have different pathways and different possibilities. So that's why maybe I make it a bit personal. Maybe I talk about my own attempt to decolonize myself in my position as a grandnephew of a person in our family, German family, who has been hidden as a director of a concentration camp in our family, and silence in our family, which I broke, and which made me the outsider of my family. But I think that was a pathway I started to step on, which then created feeling of shame and guilt, and then made me leave my country to Ethiopia, and trying to develop, and then some kind of humility developed. And I think humility that's what I want to tell you about, what is again created. And I think humility might help us white privileged people, global north people, to to start the pathway to decolonization. And I think my time in Ethiopia, 7 years in Ethiopia, helped me to develop this humility and step down from my arrogant position of being those who own the hegemony of knowledge and power. And it took me all these years to be able to return to Germany and to be able to live there and to also accept all these contradictions which are embodied in with the colonial and fascist history I'm carrying in myself. But of course, and then in Bochum, again, I lived for 2 years in a family who came from Syria, and I was always in all these places. I received so much respect and humanity of those who were the victims of my position. And I think, again, that helped me to appreciate and find myself somewhere on an eye level, which is an idealistic eye level, because the power hierarchy cannot be crossed or dismantled. But I think it is a start to be a little bit less colonial. Yeah, I could only make it that personal. I hope you can do something with it, or somehow we can meet each other on that level.
It's so critical to locate yourself in the work. It changes the village feel, right? You can understand that it's not just presenting, but you're actually incorporating your own decolonial process, which is important to the work.
Yeah.
So thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
I know it's been a long day. Other comments, feedback on the presentations? Or on the animateur, animatrice thoughts?
I wanted to ask a question. Is it Christian Paul here or Paul?
Either.
Paul. Okay. So, you know, in the beginning of your presentation, you said community research is important for achieving health justice. I wanted to elaborate a little bit on that. And the reason why I'm asking this question, I'm just thinking, based on the comment that I made in terms of how there is actually a divide or a tension between the community and the state. And the moment the community becomes instrumentalized, it is no longer the community. This is really the point, right? And so when you say, but at the same time, the resources are located in the state allocates resources. No matter how we try, and in fact, in the part of the world where I am from, when the state fails, it's neoliberal policies through NGOs that actually ameliorate. So then the community is never really free from the power structures that lead to the production of particular types of power relations between those places, right? Which then, like in the communities that you are working with, for instance, there are immigrants. Some of them are displaced from wars in Syria, and we know the complicity of our government in those wars and all of this, right? So I just want to be able to understand exactly what this means in concrete terms, how community research then becomes this conduit for achieving health justice because of all of the complications that I just and one last thing, not only to you, but to as a challenge to all of us. I have had each time I hear, I mean, Emmanuel knows this, each time I hear decolonization, I chuckle a bit because we are living in the academy is the most colonized space that anyone could live, right? And we live with our privilege, and I don't care. I come from the working class, or I was the first person for my family to go to university and make it this far. So I don't know, but even in my case, when I go back to Sierra Leone, I don't go as the same person. I now go with the institutional backing of the University of Toronto. I go with what they call the Canadian perfume. Which means that doors are open to me, even people that I've been community. So even community that I was to raise them. When I go back, I am not the same person. And sometimes it is difficult to be able to navigate that, right? But apart from that, so apart from the privilege and the power and the hierarchies that I come with, there is also the issue of the practical aspect of how do we take that knowledge, which exists in its own rationality, and translate it into the conceptual categories of the academy. What are we doing? Are we missing something when we do that? Are we exploiting this kind of knowledge for our own career advancement? I know that my university is telling you, you need to publish that second book for you to be promoted to full professor. I know this. So now I have to finish writing, right? So it's not just about the community. So am I also inadvertently, by using this idea that I'm doing community research, or I'm doing field work, am I also instrumentalizing the community? And if that is the case, what does that mean? How do I translate that which has been given to me into this space? So these are just ideas that I was thinking of. I didn't want to throw that just at the beginning. I wanted to comment on the presentations for well, but these are.
And you respond. It's just because what he said kind of provoke us in the research. Like we have a huge group, but the four Black girls are me, Cristiane, Camila, and Vitória from. Vitória and Camila are from Paraisópolis. And this word, decolonization, always make me think a lot of what exactly are we mean by decolonization. And we discussed a lot about it in our group. And we see this in a more ethical or academic way is what it is theoretically for us. And the practical stuff, I don't see myself and don't have the compromise to say this kind of terms in the fieldwork. Like in fieldwork, it's about opportunities. It's about how the university can open more job positions, how the university can share knowledge, can do stuff that university can do. And university certainly will not be the decolonizer of nowhere, but certainly like Cristiane received me when I got into this group, and we both received Vitória and Camila, and we tried to do a chain at least. Like if you will work in a peripheral community, pay people, like hire people, give opportunity to people. I think the most important thing after all this experience and about thinking so much about this decolonization tag, that because nowadays it's like a tag, like an internet tag. But the important is it's so important to differentiate what is a strategy to get something and what you really believe. And this is, I think this is good for our mental health and for our work when we are dealing with terms as decolonization or justice or reparation, because they are all big goals. There is more in the horizon than something that we can really touch. And it's just because we are a group, and I was more responsible to be in the field. I was doing collecting the data directly, and it kind of hit me. This is why I decided to make this comment. But I believe that we as a group now, it's one of the most important results of the research.
Can I say one thing? I couldn't. Oh,
Sorry.
I mean, we don't have 5 hours. Your question, brother, that's like 5 hours. But I think that we are in a colonial state. We are globally in colonization. It has not, doesn't, it's not a post peace. And I think that's the important place. So you have to know also what happens within a colonial state. So decolonization, we know, comes from, African and indigenous fight for rights, right? Fight for freedom, fight for liberation, etc. And it came from a philosophy. I mean, during, transatlantic slave trade and during, indigenous genocide of the Americas, the fight was to have something that is going to dismantle colonialism, right? And that colonialism still exists. So I think we have to think about it as decolonization as it's a philosophy, and then we try to practice in spaces where violence is 24/7 every single day. So we can't throw decolonization out, but we have to look at what can we do with our limitations within the context. You might be a professor. I'm a professor, but when I go to Shoppers Drug Mart, which is a pharmacy, I'm followed like everybody else. When I go to my poor communities where I come from, there's no badge for me that says, hey, you're free. You can come up. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to hear the words or be followed by the police or be criminalized. And that's locally and globally. I've been followed from Toronto to Kenya. Okay, I don't know, just anyways, that's another story. So I think decolonization, we can't take it out, but we have to understand, based on who we are, what are we doing? What are our actions on a daily basis doing to try to create, to break and dismantle this colonial system that we live in? It's a project, and it's a legacy project that we have to continue to move through. And the academia is a colonial plantation. I'm sorry, I work in it, but you got to look at how can we do things to actually make it break, which means you don't have a job. Which is really, is that what are we fighting for? Right? So that's all.
How many minutes?
I stopped answering.
Of course, I have to respond to the question of instrumentalization of communities, and I would say no. Of course, there is the risk of instrumentalizing people, but there are ways of not doing it. And I think I was asking me this question, of course, I've been also asked whether what I'm doing is actually just letting people pick data for me and then using this data and getting recognitions from publications and so on. But that was the reason why I stopped doing just research by myself. That's why I started doing community research, because the community told me, no, we don't want you to be extracting our knowledge and then gaining from it. And that's why I did this intervention coupled, or we practice intervention coupled community research, because the aim is always change, transformation. So I wouldn't see that as a form of instrumentalization. Of course, still I'm the one publishing, and I'm the one maybe raising funds and getting recognition. But what we have done now is a joint publication, for instance, with the community together. That's when we have this knowledge lectures, and when the community published together with us. And still you can argue what do they get out of it, But I would not underestimate the value of empowerment. They are so proud that they have been published. Their name is in an international journal, and that they are going to conferences and presenting there, and that from the research, they are starting to engage in political activism. So I would say the political activism is the main issue which would deconstruct the accusation of instrumentalization. I have to be so self-confident to say that I really believe in it. Even from my position as a privileged white plantation academia. I mean, that's not as a joke.
No, it's true.
Dois minutos fechados.
I don't think I have a lot to say. Would like to what I actually expect from my colleagues, even if they are white or everything. I'm not the kind of person that don't think that there are no opportunities to get it together to make change. But I think the effort should exist in a way that you are at least thinking how what you're doing, what you're saying is actually changing people's lives. And by that, you should hear these people. And that's another issue that is not so simple, actually, because hearing is not only about saying, oh, you're so important, what you're saying is so important, but actually treating these people as people that are in the same intellectual level with you. And that includes, for example, I don't know how to be a white professor. Why don't you read, I don't know, bell hooks? And she was talking about how to be transgressive in college. For example, why don't you hear from these people? What could you do to do that? And also by seeing these people as intellectual at the same level, it includes discussing with them what do you think is possible to do or not. The most important moments for me in academia is when I feel like my colleagues feel that I am at the same level intellectual as them. And that does not mean that they should agree with everything I say or should agree with everything people in community say, but they are thinking like we are in the same position to engage and make change. And that's an important thing that I think academia is still trying to do, because there is a lot of tokenism, I guess, and tokens and this kind of stuff. But we are facing huge challenges, and for that, we have to think how to face this challenge together. And we have to do that thinking, always having in mind how what we're talking really change or could change people's lives. And sometimes we are not asking for people like change the world or become president, but that they understand how the things are and actually respects this, I think. So I would say that I try to do that as a researcher, because I think also Paulo Freire, Paulo Freire perspective is a dialectical position. I'm also thinking how as a researcher, also I don't think like I am the voice of my communities, for example, because I think we are so different. We have so different perspectives on things. So in a way, I'm always reflecting how I bring or how I am considering the voices of people that are not here when I'm speaking. So I think I will expect the same from everyone. That's it.